going down there? Hi, everyone. Hello. I'm Boof saying. Hi, everybody. Hello. Oh, it's all a bit... Sorry, I've got a green screen up, as you might be able to tell. My background is slightly different. Hi, everyone. How's it going? The mystery is, where is the rest of Lydia? Hello. How are we sounding? Are we sounding okay? Can you hear me? Can you hear the music? Is it all okay? Sounding good? Okay, because we're using the new microphone today as well. Thank you so much, Elgato. Thank you. I'm excited. I was playing with it earlier and it just sounds so much better. Less peaky, less gross. So yeah, really exciting. Thank you so much, Elgato, for sending it. Not that they're watching right now, but thanks. Not an ad, but very grateful, exactly. Why are you so low? I don't know. I guess I must have changed the setting on a different scene. I'm going to change scenes and then oh, look at my green hair. And I'm probably going to be way too high up. Thank you, Mr. Elgato. BF Wizzle, thank you for the follow. Rifer13 has resubscribed for 6 months. Hey Squiddy, happy 6 months. Thank you so much. Happy 6 months to you too. Half a year. Thank you. Thank you so much. This stream is perfect timing. My friends and I just got uninvited from our friend's wedding thanks to COVID. Lids and chat always cheer me up. Oh, Hannah, I'm sorry to hear that. That fucking sucks. Hope we can have a fun night and take your mind off it. Thanks for being here. The music's getting louder. It's because it's emotional. The waves of mystery. I'm eating French cheese to get in the mood. I love it. Yes, in this incredibly British mystery. Eat that fucking French cheese. I've got a green screen and I didn't even wear green. Is this a professional woman? I've had a stir fry. That's sure, a nice stir fry. I don't think that's very British either. Who the fuck has eaten bangers and mash? Where are my fish and chips at? Where is my pie and gravy and mash? For Christ's sake, why has no one got in the mood? Why is no one drinking a whiskey? I'm drinking a Pepsi Max, but we'll pretend it's a whiskey. Catmon, BF Wizzle, thank you for the follows. Shadowcock has resubscribed for 11 months. Thank you so much, Shadowcock. Oh, thank you. It's very sexy of you, right? Exactly. Thank you for the 11 months. Thank you so much. Fish finger is basically fish and chips, so that does count. Cup of tea, governor. Cup of tea would do. Lydia, update on the Barry Blebs. They no longer hate me, and they are all weebs. Oh, they're all weebs? How did that happen? I thought they were in an anti-weeb cult. Have some beans on toast. That's what I had for lunch. Delectable. So, today is hopefully going to be a really fun stream. It's a little bit of like testing, teething, testing the waters. Chinkiev. I haven't had Chinkiev in so long. Weird sister, I'm glad you caught the beginning too. So, what we're doing today is kind of like, sorry, my green screen settings are clearly quite not up to scratch. I could actually make that a little bit better. Hold set. Wait, saw you. Let me just... Oh, no. We can get that a little bit better. There we go. Just don't look at the fact I don't have arms. Hello, Gauntlet. Walnut, thank you so much for resubscribing for 14 months. Thank you, Walnut. Thank you so very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hope you're having a great day. Hope everyone's having a great day. This is the start to the weekend. Well, I guess it depends where you are, your time zone, but it's the start of the weekend here in good old Blighty. Hello, Carbobox. So today we are doing something called the Baker Street Irregulars, which is a really cool mystery, which you guys, you Twitch chat, are gonna solve. Not me, you guys. So I really implore having some way of writing down notes, because there's going to be a lot of names and locations, and it'll be easy to like forget who like, you know, who the person was that I mentioned earlier on. So I really implore you writing it down. I will be writing stuff down on screen, so don't worry if you literally can't. I think you just employed the worst group of detectives. No, I think this is going to be great. This is going to be great. We are detectives now. Exactly. Swirl that wine. So we've got... Actually, you know what? I know the green screen is funky, but I need to show you guys. So we've got the... We're going to do it all in one stream, guys. It's going to work. We've got the map of London. You can make group notes in Discord. That's a great idea. That is a fucking fantastic idea. I should have thought of that myself. Is there any way we can quickly set up a channel just for this?
Love you, Liz.
Oh. Oh, thank you. Purple Chewbacca, thank you so much for the 5 months. 5 months of a gross boy and a stanky little baby girl. Thank you so much, Purple. Thank you. And thankfully, the map isn't actually that important. That's more just for visuals. It's not that integral to the actual stream. Hello, Cypher. How are you doing? So, I have this London directory, which has like all these names of people. And for example, if I tell a bit of the story and a name comes up, you guys might say, okay, I want to go to Percy Phelps' house. So I'll find Percy Phelps, and then we'll go to his house and I'll read you that segment. Hey, Better Dog, how are you doing? You think your board games are out of hand? Oh no, oh no. It's when you move is when you realize you have too much stuff. Rock and Gaming, thank you for the follow. There's also like auction houses, banks, baths, boarding houses, can't speak too many B's, booksellers, clubs, docks, inns, government offices, things like that, which you guys can also direct me to. We'll do polls in chat. So I was thinking of the best way to do it. I'll probably just pick out things that people say in chat. But if there's like a lot of conflicting things, we'll just do a poll and the majority will win. Tubi, we need a little Tubi. Right, so that's that. This is what I will be reading, the Consulting Detective book, which has all of that, like, go to 26 Southwest of London. That will, I'll read that bit out. Guys, we've also got a newspaper, which relates to this particular case, and a list and addresses of informants who are going to help us. If we need it. I'm not going to read the whole paper to you. I'll show you what I'm going to do. I've thought ahead. So this is what I've been doing today, guys. Rossabelle gives us stuff to stream elements. Thank you so much, Rossabelle. My little sweet stream elements. Thank you so much, Rossabelle. So this is the main screen. So we see we've got the map behind us. It's more for visuals. It's not for you don't really need it that much, but I'll be making notes so we won't forget of people we want to visit and blah, blah, blah. Then we have an evidence scene. Oh, don't look at that. I meant to make everything private. Don't look at it. I have to go into it again. Shit. Okay. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. No, don't look at that. Definitely don't look at that. Flip. Case ruined. Case ruined. I think that's it. Okay. That is going to be the evidence, which I'm going to slowly bring up as we get to that segment. Don't clip it. Don't cheat. Don't cheat. If anyone cheats and gives anything away, this will be a ban for this stream, okay? I've spent too long trying to sort this out to have this stream ruined. Okay? Then we also have a newspaper screen. I've taken 1, 2, 3, 4... No, just 4? Yeah, 4 of these stories, which I think are important to the case, but also are some red herrings. So it's not too easy. And as nearer the end, as the game goes on, we'll slowly bring in a little bit of newspaper stuff. You see, guys, you see? I'm really excited. I really hope this works because, yeah, I think this will be good. My only worry is, though, that if you miss the beginning, you're not going to know what the fuck is going on. So I really want as many people who want to watch it to be here at the start, but I don't know how to make that happen. So do we just wait around for a little bit longer and then everyone that wants to be here will be here? That's a problem. If you come in, you'll be like, What the fuck is... I don't know what's happening. Perfect. Thank you, Rossabo. So there's a Discord invite. Head over if you use Discord, and I'll have a wee little look as well. Hot set. Where's Discord? Where are you? Sir? I said sir. Did I do the informant screen? Hot set. Don't switch. That might be something I forgot to do. Is it on here? Here we go. Mystery stream chat. There we go. I see there's a bunch of you in there already. It's a good place to discuss what's going on. There is no butler. And also, this isn't a murder mystery. This one is a kidnapping mystery. Right, so I think I also should have done... Yeah, here we go. Helpful people. There we go. So these are all the helpful people. This isn't a spoiler, but these are the people that can help us. So like Lestrade, who works for Scotland Yard, Henry Ellis works for the Times, Disraeli O'Brien, National Archives, got the Carriage Stables, Sherlock Holmes. You go to him if you're really stuck. Lomax is the librarian. We've got a criminologist. We got Porky Shinwell, who owns like a bit of a dodgy pub. Think of it like the local Wetherspoons. Jasper Meeks is medical examiner, and Langdale Pike is the social columnist. So all of these guys will help us. Some of them aren't helpful at all. Some of them they're just kind of like red herrings. You can go talk to them, but nothing they say is particularly useful. Some of them will be really fucking useful. So, hello Potato Storm. How's it going? Where is Columba when we need him? Pike is very helpful. Which one's Pike again? I can't even remember. He knows all of London society gossip. So it's especially useful if it's like really like posh, rich people who are involved in the case. I always find Porky Shinwell quite useful because it's all like the illegal underworld stuff. Could we ask the kidnappers to murder the kidnapped person to make it a murder mystery? So the reason we're doing this one and not a murder mystery is because I figured it would be best if I had already played through it. Because if I'm doing it fresh with you as well, I think the stream will be really janky as I'm trying to work it out. Whereas as I'm the one leading you guys, I can like steer you in the right direction if you're going a bit off piste or whatever. And this is the one I did like last week or something like that. So it's really fresh in my mind. And you know, I've got an atrocious memory. So this is also quite new. This particular edition only came out quite recently. So hopefully there won't be like spoilers or things like that. I prepared a lot of today. Guys, I didn't even have a nap. And I had a terrible night's sleep again. The cats were literally fighting on me as I was trying to sleep. It was like battle mum. They were like warring on top of me. It was a fucking nightmare. I'm exhausted. 3 nights in a row of just having a terrible night's sleep. And I was like, I'll have a nap. But I woke up and I had to sort out some like tax stuff. Side little note here. Why is the UK government website is fucking shit. It took me like 2 hours to log in. It was a nightmare. It's like they just don't want you to log in. It took me so long. By the time I did all of that, I couldn't even get what I needed. I just had to like request something. So anyway, I was like, oh shit, now I've got to prepare the stream. That took like another like couple of hours to sort everything out. And it was like, oh, now I've got a stream. I didn't get to have my nap. Little baby didn't get to have a nap. So yeah, if I'm a little bit sleepy, but I'm excited to do this. So you know, we get through it. It took me 3 hours to get a COVID test. Shit, why does it take so long? I didn't get to switch control. Yeah, that fucking sucks. Oops. My to-do list did say don't take a nap, but that was like, I think that was on the provision that I get a good night's sleep. The good night's sleep did not happen. Right, how long should I wait until we actually start the stream? Should I say like 6:30? I'll do another little tweet. Hey Liz, sorry you're not sleeping well. I just got a new dog who gets along with my cat. Oh, but I'm not sleeping well worrying with him being happy and it's great. Oh, Fox Bordeaux. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, he'll be okay. He'll be okay. Like, it's so important. Like, I mean, I don't know about puppy and crate training, but I know it's really important. And he won't hate you for it and he'll be very happy. What kind of puppy have you got? Yeah, my to-do list was not to have a nap, exactly. Hello, Happy Idiot and Puffer Egg. Thank you, Connor. Yeah, so 10 minutes. I'll just do one quick extra tweet. Starting the case at 6:30. You've got 8 minutes. Begins. Twitch.tv/Squid Game. There we go. If you need to pee, go pee. If you need to get a drink, go get a drink. Although there probably will be an interval. Oh, Dragstar, thank you so much. Oh, I don't have alerts. That's a good reminder. Thank you. By the way, keep this lighting set up. It makes you look golden and vibrant. Thank you so much, Dragstar. Thank you. It's very bright, but yeah, my hair looks like very bright, doesn't it? Holy shit, Zakalia as well. Zakalia, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Let me just quickly add alerts. But I feel like I might just put them down here. Let's just redo that. Zakalia, thank you so much. Holy shit, you're amazing. Thank you. That's Mazira, Visilus, I can't say it. Vaguely Charming, Shova85, and Dr. Dude all got subs. Thank you so much, Zakalia. That's really sweet of you. What a lovely start to the stream. Have some lumbos. Look at the lumbo. Thank you so much, Zakalia. If it makes you feel any better, I'm going to watch this stream from bed. Oh, yeah. That makes me feel... I'm jealous. I want to watch this stream from bed. So it's a physical game, but I'll just be reading it out to you guys. First payday in new job, and I wanted to give back to the community that's helped me so much over the last few months. Akalia, that is so sweet of you. Thank you so much. And congratulations on the new job. I hope everything's going well. Thank you. Has anyone else in the UK today been freezing? Last night was the first time since, I guess, winter that I've been like cold, you know? Like have to wrap a couple of blankets around you cold. It's officially autumn. It's officially autumn. It is cold. Winter is 100% coming. I always feel like autumn lasts like a week and then it's winter. I think we had the heating on this morning. That's when you know. That's the telltale sign. Let me just add the alerts to all the other screens as well, as I forgot to add them. Alerts, evidence scene, alerts, and then Sherlock Holmes main screen, alerts. We've also got some like funky mystery music playing in the background. In the warehouse I work in, it keeps the doors open all day. I almost lost my teeth from chattering. That must be horrific in the winter. Oh no. Raikin, hello, how you doing? I can't stay for long. I just wanted to say you're amazing. Oh, wish I could be here for longer and catch more streams. Thank you so much. Thank you, Lewis. Don't. A mystery baby. Who's the father? It's a mystery. Lewis, thank you so much. Have a great rest of your evening. Hi, Chat and Squid Game. Me and baby Oliver are here to help solve the crime. Baby Oliver's gonna help solve the crime. Thank you so much, Gilly Cuddy. Thank you for being here, and I hope you and Oliver are doing well. Vasilis, that makes more sense. Cordial Wheat has resubscribed for 9 months. Thank you so much, Cordial Wheat. Oh, it's a little mystery babe. I don't know why I keep going like, hey, Jabella. Cordial Wheat, thank you so much for the 9 months. Thank you for the support. Good evening, Great John. Oh, Captain Crash, I'm so sorry to hear that. This must be a really difficult, tough day for you. I hope you're doing okay. Sending my love. Hope we have a nice stream and maybe hopefully take your mind off things. I don't know. But yeah, hopefully it'll be fun. I keep saying hopefully a lot because this is the first time I'm trying to do this. I might actually, looking at the time, I might have a quick bathroom break before we start. I think so. I think a good... Alright, guys, I'm just quickly going to pop to the loo. And then we'll pretty much be ready to start, I think. Right. Also, look how cool this is. I can mute this so easily. Now I'm not muted. Now I'm not muted.
Lumbo here. Puss.
I'm back. I just ate a little vegetarian sausage. Hello, Elliot. How you doing? A little snack. He quickened. Woo! I'm all out of breath now. Right. What time is it? We got 1 minute. 1 minute. Oh! Fox Bordeaux!
New dog is a 3-year-old Great Pyrenees. He's very chill and sweet.
Oh, he sounds absolutely gorgeous. Thank you so much, Fox, for the 8 months. Almost a baby. But not much of a baby as your little 3-year-old Great Pyrenees. So cute. Thank you so much, Fox. Thank you. I have a fridge in the toilet. The kitchen leads to the bathroom. A lot of like old houses in Bristol that are like that. Hello, Antares. How you doing? Okay, I'm just gonna put the phone on charge. Regain my control. I don't have any of that. Composure, I meant. We have a toilet adjoined to the kitchen. Yeah. I think it's quite common for like old houses. All right. Crack the knuckles. It's 6:30. We're doing it. All right, we're doing it. Come on, Ron. Come on. Come on. There we go. Thank you so much, Driver, for the 100 biddies. Now I'll mute alerts just while I'm doing like any story stuff. Oh, do we go chatting or board games? I don't know. What do we think? Board game? Yeah, can we put it on board games, please? Hey, Lubo, how you doing? Thank you so much. That's it. What's happened to me? Headphones. Oh, God, so many wires. Okay. The alerts are really low, but they're loud for me. So I'll just pause them for a little bit. In terms of like my voice over the music, are we okay? Yeah, sounds good. Okay. Case 1. Thursday, November 19th, 1885. The Curzon Street kidnapping. Through the early 1880s, the Beaker... That's a good start. The Beaker Street... I've got all Kiwi. The Beaker Street. All right, got it. Let me just get into it, all right? I'm nervous. I don't know why. I'm really nervous. Okay. Compose yourself. All right. Through the early 1880s, the Baker Street irregulars were occasionally summoned by the consulting detective Sherlock Holmes to help him track down a suspect or obtain the kinds of knowledge about London's dark underbelly that inconspicuous and agile street children are particularly adept at acquiring. But it was not until a November's day in 1885 that the irregulars had their first chance to demonstrate the true extent of their deductive skills. At that point, they began to progress from being occasional helpers of the great detective to becoming his steadfast colleagues. On a clear and icy November morning, we have been summoned to Baker Street by a note from Holmes. Come quickly, client expected. I can't even read Sherlock Holmes' handwriting. Obtain particulars of case. May be late. Holmes. Dr. Watson admits us. Apparently Holmes has been at Baker Street very little during the last few days, he says, as Mrs. Hudson pours hot tea for us to... you know what? I need to have no music. As Mrs. Hudson pours hot tea for us to stave off the winter cold. I received a note similar to yours. I wonder if that's what he's up to, remarks Wiggins. Shortly after, Mrs. Hudson shows a tall, dark-haired woman of middle age into the room. She has a kind face that suggests an underlying calmness, but that bears the anxious demeanour of someone who has endured recent turmoil. She scans the room, presumably wondering which of us is the detective. So this bit's kind of long. This is like the intro story. The bits that I read after this will be a lot shorter. My name is Dr. Watson. The doctor moves forward and pours tea for our guest to try to alleviate the awkwardness of the situation. Mr. Holmes is running late, but sends his apologies. In the meantime, if you'd care to tell us what it is that brings you here, we are his trusted associates. She takes a deep breath and smiles. It is clear she feels she has come to a safe place. Place. Very well, Dr. Watson. You may have read something of me in the newspapers. My name is Wendy Sturton, and a few days ago, I was kidnapped. Ah, says Wiggins, you're governess to the Train family. So I'm just gonna... Actually, no, wait. I'll go back and do this afterwards. Yes, she replies. I have been governess to them for just over a year. I look after their children, Duncan and Clarence, and take care of other household matters. I took up the position when I moved to London from Derbyshire, when I was governess for Lord and Lady Snowd. The Trains have been good to me, and I adore the children. Everything seemed wonderful until recently. But I digress, and I must return to the point of my visit. On the afternoon of the 16th of November, I was on an errand to obtain some laudanum, I don't know if I'm saying that right, laudanum from the chemist, as little Duncan was ill with a cough. I thought we had some in the house, but when I checked, the bottle was empty. I was turning off Curzon Street into Half Moon Street when I heard a carriage come close beside me. Suddenly there was an arm around me and something over my mouth, so I could not scream. I was pushed into the carriage and then, something over my head, so I couldn't see. We can see that recounting the events is of some difficulty for her, but she retains her composure remarkably well. I was lifted up and placed on a seat, and a voice whispered to me, "Sorry if that was a little rough. It'll be easier now." I remember the phrasing because it felt strange. You understand, in that context. I do not know how long I was in the carriage. It seemed an age, but I could hear the busy sounds of the city for most of that time. And then I remember it grew quieter. I was led out of the carriage into a building, then tied to a chair. I could hear whispering while this was happening, and I'm sure there were 2 people with me in that room. There I stayed overnight. I could not sleep, and at times there were movements and sounds that indicated to me that there was someone else in the room. A fire was kept burning, and occasionally I could smell tobacco, though I'm not a smoker myself, so when I was asked, I could not give the police any indication of the brand being consumed. I asked why I was being kept and what they wanted. After I'd asked perhaps 20 times, my captor became sick of my questioning, and finally I received an answer. "We're just waiting for a payment, miss, then you can go. Be patient." Well, Dr. Watson, it is hard to be patient when one is tied to a chair and held captive in some unknown place. But I told myself that there was nothing I could do, and so I waited. At one time, a soft voice spoke to me and asked if I was in need of anything. I think it may have been a woman's voice, but I cannot be sure. I asked for water and was duly given some. Eventually, on what I took to be the next day, I heard movement and whispering. Then a man said loudly, They're not going to pay. Let's release her." I was taken back into the carriage. The sound of the city quickly returned, and shortly afterwards, I was told to step onto the street. I did so, and it was a few moments before I realized my captors had gone. Some people found me and unbound my hands and removed my blindfold. I saw I was in a small alley near Stratton Street, not far from the spot that I was taken. The police interviewed me and I told them everything I've told you. That, I hoped, was the end of it, and the police certainly thought as much. But the problem is, Dr. Watson, the police have not caught the kidnappers, and I fear they have ceased their search. I have tried to move on from this incident, but I cannot. I have always thought of myself as an independent woman. I grew up near Buxton, in Derbyshire, and I would spend my mornings walking over the majestic hills of that county. Now I get what I can from the London parks, but at this time of the year they are not frequented. In the early morning, which is when I have my leisure time. I know the policemen who work in the parks, which gives me a degree of security, but in some of the areas I walk, I hardly ever see another soul. I tried to go for a walk yesterday, but for the first time in my life, the isolation made me afraid. What if the kidnappers come back for me again? I need to know I'm safe. "Miss Sturton," says Wiggins, before you began this narrative, you suggested that something had changed for the worse in the Train household. Could you tell us what that was? I do not see what that has to do with anything with my kidnapping, but the atmosphere in the house has changed. Mrs. Train has been kind to me, a welcoming and peaceful soul, since I began working for her, but this summer she became more distant, occasionally overcome with bouts of melancholy. Around the time Duncan's cough came back, and Dr. Richards thought it could be an infection. Mrs. Train loves her children dearly, and each time Duncan is ill, she takes care of him. I wonder if that's contributed to her sadness. "Thank you, Miss Sturton," says Wiggins. "It may mean nothing, but as Mr. Holmes says, any slight detail can be important." Speaking of Holmes, where is he?" asked Tinker. "I don't know," answers Watson, "but perhaps we should begin the investigation ourselves. I'm sure you have all learned something of Holmes's methods over the years you've worked for him. What do you say, Wiggins? You and your irregulars ready to tackle a mystery?" Wiggins looks at us, and we nod, eager to get started. "Good," says Watson. "Then, as Holmes would say, the game is afoot." Right, so that is our intro story. Now, I think it's important to start making some notes about where we want to go next, because that is it. That is all you're given, and then you're given, you have to then decide where you're going and what you're doing. Give that girl an Oscar. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the follows as well. Aloof on the Barricade and Antares. Thank you. So I think it's important to make a note of the names that we had in there. Oh, is it? It's not Derbyshire. Derbyshire. So how do I supposed to say it? Hello, Anger Red. All right. So the victim's name is Wendy Sturton. And that's the victim. Okay? Derbyshire, sorry. Look, all right, I can't read. I can't read. Okay, she worked for the, she's currently working for the Train family. All right. Let's move this over here. But she used to work for the Snowd family. So we've got current, ignore that, current and former. Does anyone else have any other suggestions of where we could go? And remember, it could be like, it doesn't even have to be people, it could be the place, parks. So should we go to where she used to go for walks? Did the story say why she left the Snowd family? It doesn't, no. But maybe we can find that out by going there. Half Moon Street, where she was kidnapped. So she is a governess. Hold on, let's just make this a bit smaller. She basically looks after the children, like teaches the children, like keeps the house running. We've got Stratton Street. Hey Kelsey, how you doing? I can't remember what happened on Stratton Street. Was that where she was dropped off? There's also London Parks. Okay, so dropped off here. And then London Parks, she visits. Is where she visits. The scene of the crime, but we don't know where the scene of the crime is. We don't know where they took her. And they contact the family she was working for the ransom. Yes, but I guess we need to go talk to the Train family to find out more about that. I don't think we can go outside of London. Aw, goodbye, Quiet Wing. Take care. Have a great day. Half Moon Street was the kidnap location. Did she not show where she was taken? She said that she was put in a carriage. She could hear the sounds of London, and then it went quiet, and she was inside a room where she thinks there were two people, a man and a woman. One of them was smoking a cigar, and there was a fire burning, or maybe that was what she could smell. Anyway, we can go to her house maybe and talk to like maybe her family, household. Okay. Remember, they were smoking. Kidnappers. Yeah, somewhat. She thinks that one of them was a woman. Okay, so where do we want to go first on this list? Where do we go first? We took up with the London Eye. I don't know, they had a London Eye back in the 1880s. Should we go to Half Moon Street? Okay. So this is where she was kidnapped, right? Doodle-doo. How do I find where Half Moon Street is? Can someone Google what part of London is Half Moon Street in? Is it northwest, central London, east, central, south? Like what part of it? Because I need to find it on this map, but it's quite like a detailed map. It's along Piccadilly. Main Street. Oh, the Lord, okay, there we go. Spaceship Rat's got something. The Lord Daneham. Oh, shit, wrong button. What was the hint that we've missed? To the right of central. Okay. Lord Daneham, that's what I'm saying, huh? So Lord Daneham is like a I thought we had some in the house, but the bottle was empty. Okay, so we'll put in brackets, empty bottle. It's an opiate, right? So the son has a cough, and she was going to go pick up some, it's basically like an opiate medicine to help the son's cough. Right, okay, so it's near Hyde Park. Where are you, Half Moon Street? Near Green Park? Green Park. I actually... Oh, Half Moon Street, there it is. 63 NW. 63 NW. Okay. Now I'm just going to go there. An old man with a monocle and a limp answers the door and looks us over. We ask him about the day of the kidnapping. He shakes his head. "Oh, sorry, the police have already asked me and I told them what I'll tell you. I saw nothing out of the ordinary that day." No, nothing there. Right, so get rid of this. No one saw anything at the kidnapping location. Mom, I've got a cough. Bring the heroin. That was it. That was it. No one saw anything. And remember, we do have the helpful people, but I don't feel like we need to use them just yet. All right, where are we going to next? It's the Stratton Street, where she was dropped off. The music's great, isn't it? I've got to bloody well find out where Stratton Street is. Is that near... There it is. Okay. But which of these is it? Stratton Street is next to a bunch of stuff. So let me just look at what one it will be. Stratton Street. So we'll try... What's that? 64 NW. So 64 NW is not on here, which means it's nothing. 65 is also not on here. Let's hope for 26. And it's not on here. 26. Is that right? Am I looking at the right place? Sorry, guys. 64, 26, 65. No, none of these things are on it. So that doesn't have any clues. No clues at the drop-off location. So I'm going to get rid of that. Can we talk to the train family? Yes, we can. So I'm going to find them. We are Holmes, I think. I'm not really sure. We're the irregulars. I don't really know who we are, but we're helping basically Sherlock Holmes solve this case. Right, so we're going to go to the trains. Okay. Train. Here we go. There's Kenneth train and Sally train. So there's two different trains here. I'll go to the first one. So what is it was strange that there's two living at two different locations. 61 NW. Not gonna lie, I've always wanted to be a street urchin. Okay, 61 NW. Okay, here we go. Scuba Steve, thank you so much for resubscribing for 2 months. Thank you, Steve. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a great day so far. Thank you, Jackie Jacks. Oh, my hair's a bit of a mess today, actually. It's looking a bit all over the show. Right. The names were... Oh, what did she say? Good point. Let's go back to the beginning. It was... What did she just call a lady? I think she just calls her Mrs. Train. She doesn't use her full name. Okay. Kenneth Train is a stocky, balding man in his early 40s. The police have the note we received. he says. It was found on the doorstep under a rock at 5 p.m. Oh, he'll be posh, won't he? It was found on the doorstep under a rock at 5 p.m. on the 16th of November and asked me to leave £2,000 under the Putney Bridge at dawn. It was absurd. We called the police, but I believed it must have been a prank. I could not pay such a ransom. I did not tell the police at the time, but I contacted my uncle Lawrence to inquire about funds he may have available. My uncle suggested he may be able to assist, though not for the entire sum. In any case, I did not receive that reply from him until after Miss Durden had been returned to us. Why do you think the kidnappers targeted your family, Mr. Train? Why, indeed. I'm the manager of a cotton factory and I'm reasonably well off, but I could not obtain that kind of money. Perhaps they knew I had a rich uncle. Was anyone seen leaving the note at the door? It's just a prank, bro. No, the police think it's likely an anonymous street urchin was paid to leave it. Could you tell us about Miss Durden? Miss Durden had been a wonderful addition to our household. There is little that seems to shake her. Indeed, she is one of the most independent women I have ever met. What kind of things does she do in your household? Asked Wiggins. My wife can best answer that for you, Kenneth replies. I will fetch her. A moment later, he re-enters the room with a short woman in her mid-30s with dark rings under her eyes, like she has not slept. Letitia Train looks worried by our presence and responds to our questions, but seems uncomfortable, occasionally fidgeting or scratching while she talks. Wendy cares for the children and conducts other errands as necessary. Each day she arises early, around 6, and sees to the children, dressing, breakfast and such. She takes her free time between 7 and 9 a.m. when the tutor, Mr. Edgar Newmarch, comes to deliver lessons. It's me. Wendy normally takes a long walk in the park, I believe. How she bears the cold, I do not know. She comes back at 9 a.m, helps to prepare luncheon, then does an English or a Bible lesson with the children, followed by household tasks and running errands. Then comes our evening meal, and soon after she puts the children to bed. And what was her schedule on the day she was kidnapped? Oh, and that was her schedule? Yes. In the afternoon, Duncan could not eat his lunch because he was feeling unwell. So one of her errands was to get some laudanum from the chemist, which is when it happened. I thought the police had dealt with this, Kenneth. They've not called anyone, he replies. These fellows may find something new. Wiggins smiles at Letitia Train, but she simply turns and leaves the room. I don't wish to pry into personal matters, Mr. Train, says Wiggins, but Miss Durden said your wife had been in low spirits. Do you know why what might be the cause? I think you do wish to pry into personal matters, Mr. Wiggins, he replies, but I will make an allowance because I know the goal of your inquiries is a worthy one. I will also be frank. I do not think my wife's mood is in any way related to the affair you are investigating. She was taken ill for a time, then Duncan's coughing problem began again, and then my mother died. Even excluding the kidnapping, this year has not been an easy one. Right. Who's Frank? Frank? Who's Frank? There is no Frank. Oh, is Frank the child? Wait, why are you all talking about Frank? Kenneth is the dad. Letitia is the mum. Duncan is the son. There's no Frank. I'll be Frank. Oh, for God's sake. He says, I'll be Frank. You. That's it. Stream cancelled. Cancelled. All right. God damn it. Got him. Right. What did we get from that? So wife seems a bit miserable, doesn't really want to talk to us. We also got her schedule. Classic, fucking classic, got him. There was a ransom demand for $2,000, but it seems like he wouldn't be able to pay it, but he does have a rich uncle. So Letitia was kind of fidgety. She was like scratching and fidgety, and she sort of left the room quickly. Does taking opiates make you antsy like the wife in questioning? It could be. That could be why she's like kind of like jittery and... She probably seems miserable because her name is Letitia Train. It's a great name. Right, so the governor's relationship just seems like a normal working relationship. So what can we get from that? I would say, so there's a rich uncle. That's worth keeping in mind. There was another name on the list under Train, so I reckon we should go and see who that other Train is. On the directory, I mean. What else do we have? We have her schedule, right? So every day she does the same thing. She gets up around 6, she sees to the children, and she takes her free time between 5 and 9 when she goes for a long walk in the park. She comes back at 9, then she does all the house stuff. And she does that pretty much every single day. Putney Bridge is where they wanted the ransom to be left. I don't think we can go to Putney Bridge because it's not on the map. It's too west. The chemist, I think we should absolutely go to the chemist and have a chat with them. I think the wife had the governess napped for money. Okay, we got some theories coming through. Let's pop to Boots. So what is, I think, strange is that she was kidnapped. They asked for some money. And then they just sent her back again. It's a bit strange, right? Okay, so I would say here, I might have to even make this even smaller. Wife, sad, and like fidgety. Is that how you spell fidgety? I don't know, like, how would you say it? Hey, itchy spot. Someone who knows her schedule. We'll say Ansty. As in the Wendy Sturton. Not strict, but schedule. I think we can safely say we know. We can always go back to look at it, but we know she's got a schedule. What about the tutor? Good shout. What was his name? There is a guy who comes and does the tutoring called Edgar Newmarch. Right, she needs money, but she doesn't want her hubby knowing what she needs the money for. Okay, but then, so she thinks because the rich uncle. I reckon they were after the letter being sent to the uncle rather than ransom money. Okay. What does she need the money for? Well, we don't really know. Okay, I think first things first, let's just go see who that other train was in the directory. So the other train is Sally. It's not a guy, it's Sally. 75 SW. Not Thomas, no. Okay, 75 SW. Let me just find it. There is a for sale sign outside number 75, and the door is answered by a stocky man holding a clipboard and pen. Could we speak with Mrs. Train? Asked Wiggins. I assume you are not acquaintances of hers, the man replies, and you evidently are unaware that she's dead. Oh, indeed. Sorry to hear that, says Wiggins, removing his cap as he does so. And who do we have the pleasure of addressing? Mark Bolwick. I work for her brother, who's in charge of the sale of this house. Lydia, are we allowed to look up things like the uses of Lord Daneham, or does that count as cheating? No, you can absolutely look that stuff up. The weird thing is she was not following her routine when she was kidnapped. Okay, let's come back to that. Hold on, let me finish reading this. Mark Bolwick, I work for her brother, who is in charge of the sale of this house. And can we speak to her brother? Unlikely. He keeps himself to himself, but you can try if you like. He lives at 62 Basil Street, SW. Thank you, Mr. Bolwick. Right. Now remember what Kenneth said to us. He said something near the end of what he was talking about, how times have been rough. His mother had died, Mazira. So this is his mother's house. This is why the second name is Train, right? So the house is being sold. Also, Jeremy has resubscribed for 4 months. Crime fighting genius or squiddy tentacled mess. You decide. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Thank you for the 4 months. And Commander Jack has also subscribed for 9 months. That's a baby. Thank you so much, Jack. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Steve. Did I say Steve? Thank you for the 2 months, Steve. And Jeremy, thank you for the 4 months. Thank you guys so much. Tell you what, we can resume them. We'll just have them muted, I think. Right, so. So there's a guy here called Mark Balwick. Could be worth going to his house. I'll put him on the list. So her brother, right, the one that he's saying, I doubt you'll be able to get hold of him, he'll be the rich guy. So yeah, that is 62 SW. We think rich uncle address. Commander Jack, thank you so much. Thank you for the 9 months, Jack. Appreciate it. The baby, the beautiful baby has been born. Thank you so much, Commander Jack. Thank you. I hope you're having a good evening so far. Friday night and the feelings right. Okay, that's what we got from that. Chat, where are we going next? Thank you, Dwarven, for the follow. Good news is my missus is coming down from work to help. She's the real sleuth. I bet she'll nail it. I think, Ben, you said something earlier on that chat was like, oh, that's really important. Rich uncle, uncle. Okay, we've got 3 uncles. We will go see the uncle. 62 SW, which I am right next to, which is great. We walk up to the large, imposing mansion at 62 Basil Street. However, despite our best efforts to sweet-talk the butler, including one of Wigan's most inventive and elaborate bluffs, which includes the Metropolitan Police, a chimney sweep, and an escaped llama, we are refused entry. So we can't get in. We can't talk to the uncle. He won't let us in. Someone said something about her schedule being different on the day she was kidnapped. Is that true? I can't remember. What did she say? I was on an errand to obtain some more... So, right, she'd left the house to go pick up some of the cough stuff, right? And that's when she was kidnapped. That was out of her routine. Pastel Nerd has resubscribed for 13 months. Thank you so much, Pastel Nerd. Thank you. You're the best, Liz. Thank you for everything. Aw, thank you, Pastel. Thank you for the 13 months. You're the best. Thank you so much. Yeah, she did say she had to run errands, right? So that's kind of part of her routine. So let's go to the chemist. Right, how do I find the chemist? Chemists. There's a fuck ton of them. How do I know which one it's going to be? There's like 7 different chemists. I'm going to assume it'll be one in the area. So Northwest. We'll try that one first. 32 Northwest. Yeah, near Half Moon Street. 32. What did I say? 32 NW. Nope, not that one. 72 NW. Not that one. No, neither of those two. Where else could it be? SW. It could be SW. 87 SW. 87 SW. Where is Southwest? Yeah. Here we go. The man behind the counter at Keene and Ashwell recognises Wendy Sturton from our description. Yes, she's been coming here regularly over the last few months, so I assume someone in her household was taken ill. She comes for laudanum. And has she ever done anything unusual? A few weeks ago, she asked me how much laudanum is normal for a young child to take in case of a mild complaint. I said one must always be cautious with laudanum, as it can be habit-forming, and patients find they cannot stop taking it. For a mild complaint, a very small amount should be administered. As she'd been purchasing a great deal, I said that surely it was not all for one child. She seemed flustered and did not really respond. I wondered if she'd formed something of habit herself and was consuming much of what she bought. Right. I don't know what that accent was, but there we go. So someone has a drug habit by the sounds of it. It's too much for a kid to be taking. And remember what happened what we said at the beginning, that the bottle was empty. Who was the shaky one? Letitia. The wife was shaky. Okay. So we've got a theory. We'll write a theory down. Oh, God, I've got too many. Not enough space, too many things. Theory. Wife was opioid. How do you spell opioid? Opioid addict. Okay. But remember, it might not be the wife. It could be the governess or the dad. Just because she was a bit sort of anxious doesn't mean that she was the one with the addiction. Also, Wendy must have been getting suspicious of something because she suddenly asked about how much laudanum should be used. How did I spell it wrong? O-P is an extra I. There's a secret I. O-P good. Like that? Wife is suspect. Vote her off. She's sus. Get rid of her. All right. Where to next? I saw the wife in the vents. Listen to some of the music as well. Snoods? Snoods? Edgar Newmarch? Snood, we've got a few saying Snood. So we go to the old family to see if they've got anything interesting to say. Like, why did she stop working there? Okay. Oh, maybe they're not on here. No, I don't think we've got the snoods. In case I'm being blind, what's it? Let me try and show you guys. Wait, doesn't look like it's in the inventory. Inventory? I mean directory. Oh, they were in... Yes, you're right. They were in Derbyshire. So they wouldn't be on this London map. Clever. Anthony nailed it there. We can't talk to them. Ah, yes, old bean. We had to fire the hostess due to a dreadful crack addict. Crack addict. All right, so we can't visit. I think we just take them off the list. Can we talk to the kid, Duncan? No, I don't think so. We went to their family house, and we could only talk to the dad and the wife. There was no other options. Edgar. Right, who's Edgar? Edgar Newmarch. This channel. Thank you for the follow. All right, let's go talk to the tutor. Was that the tutor? I really should make notes for that. Tutor. Who is Letitia related to? Can we find them? Well, you know what? This is when helpful people get involved. So Somerset House will have births, deaths, marriages, wills, etc., etc. We'll be able to know who her original family was. So maybe we could go there next. Miss Benolopax, hello. How are you doing? That's cute. How are you? Thank you for the follow. But we'll go see the tutor first. Okay, Newmarch. Edgar Newmarch, 75 NW. Viper Leader, thank you for the follow. Here we go. Edgar Newmarch is a powerfully built man in his 30s. As he speaks, he puffs on a cigarette and runs his fingers through the light blonde hairs of his moustache. What accent does he have? That day I arrived, as usual, a little before 7 a.m. I normally speak with Miss Sturton as she prepares to go out, dressing in her warm winter coat and sturdy pair of boots. The first time I met her, she explained her habit of taking routes through the park far from the established paths. And of course, her everyday shoes would be of no good for this. Don't know what this accent is. I was surprised at such a habit for a lady, and even more so when these walks continued as autumn came and went. That morning, she said that Duncan was low in spirits and asked me to keep an eye on him. She said she was taking her usual walk into Hyde Park. I have often told her to be careful walking alone in such areas, especially at this time of year when the light arrives late. It is ironic that, in the end, her encounter with a danger occurred on a city street in the broad light of day. Once she had left, I settled the children down to their lessons. Duncan was coughing and finding it difficult to concentrate. 2 hours later, Miss Sturton returned and I left. She was in good spirits on returning from her walk and nothing seemed amiss. I don't believe she had any idea of what was going to befall her. He puts out his cigarette and looks straight at Wiggins. I hope you catch the villains responsible. It was kind of Irish, I'm not really sure. Hello, Viper Leader. Right, what is SUSP? Hyde Park. All right, we'd start with Hyde Park. That's where she goes for her walks. And she does it like she goes no matter the weather, so it's really dark when she goes in winter, so it's dangerous. He's a smoker. Smoking kidnappers. Shooter is a smoker. He's English. He's Irish. He's very suspect. She was kidnapped in the afternoon, yeah. So he's saying it's ironic because he used to say to her, you should be careful when you go for walks because it's really dark and dangerous for a young woman such as yourself. And it's ironic because she was kidnapped in the middle of the city in the daytime. So she wasn't even kidnapped at nighttime in the park because it says that she likes to go far away from the established paths. He smokes cigarettes. Did we know if she said did she say she smelled cigar smoke or cigarette smoke? Because that's probably important. She just says that she could smell tobacco. She doesn't say, she just says tobacco. Just smoke. Okay. So this, we now know, is Hyde Park. We haven't actually gone to where she lives yet. We haven't gone to find out more about the tobacco. We've done this. We've gone to the chemist. So I think we can get rid of this. And I think let's add that to here. We've been to the tutor. We went to the kidnapping scene, we couldn't find anything. Unless I've looked up the wrong thing. I might have to double check that. Was he to know that she'd go out for Lord Daneham later unless he's the culprit? I don't know if he... Well, she did tell him, right? The empty bottle was... Just says she thought someone was in the house, but it was empty and he had a cough, so she went to go get some more. Is Curzon Street the road before Half Moon Street? There is a Curzon Street here. Should I try that? So that's 61 NW. So that's where they live. 61 NW is their house. Doesn't look like, no. It says she was in the carriage. It doesn't say how long. She doesn't know how long she was in there for, but she could hear the city and then it got really quiet. So to her, it sounded like they left London. She said it felt like quite a long time, right? Can we talk to Wendy again? That's the only way. Is Wendy, which one's Wendy? We could go to her house. Should we try go to her house? Can we go to Culvert Street? Let me look. Did I try Colbert Street before, but it didn't bring anything up? Shall we try going to her house, her family home? She might have like, yeah, she might have like a brother or a sister or something that lives there. Okay, Sturton. Let's have a look. Doesn't look like we can visit her house. What's that? Where am I going? Sturton. Doesn't look like that's an option, does it? No. There's a lot of names. These all don't. This is like to fill up the directory. These all don't have like corresponding things. Has she been living under a different name? Shall we go? Let's do it. Let's go see Disraeli in the National Archives. Yeah? Oh, take care, Wit Sister. Fingers crossed we crack the case. Have a good one. Anatari. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go find the wedding certificate. So, 17WC. 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 Kenneth Duncan Train. So this is the dad. Born in Leeds on the 4th of February 1843 to Duncan Archibald Train and Sally Margaret Train. Married Letitia Wyas on the 10th of July. 2 children, Duncan Matthew Train and Clarence Train. So just to be clear, this is her surname. Is that. Letitia Wyas, or however you say that, was born to Ivan and Anna. She was born in London, so there's a good chance that they'll be around. Wendy Sarah Sturton, born in Buxton, to Mark Piper Sturton and Gertrude Sturton. Mary Ella Dunsworth. Who's that again? Do we know who that is? I don't think we know who that is yet. Right, I won't read that then. Do you? Okay, also we're not allowed to read that. So there are extra things in this that we can come back to later that we haven't got to yet. Basically, it says on the book, like, have you done this yet? If you haven't, you can't read further. So we can't read further. The Mary bit wasn't part of that, though. I don't know who the fuck that is. We could go to the central carriage stable to find out, because she was kidnapped. Yeah, Brimley. So Brimley is saying... anything in the newspapers? We haven't read the newspapers yet. What was the wife's last name? Wyas. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's this. Oh, sorry. I just realised I'm typing it and you can't see. Here we go. It's that. Right. So, carriage stables is 5WC. 5WC. And then we'll check to see if Wyas have a household in London. Good idea. Okay, 5WC. WC area. Nothing here. Nothing here. We can't talk to the carriage people. Maybe that would give too much away. They haven't included that. Nope. But let's see if Wyas is in the directory now. So this is her maiden name. So not everything is available. So what is it? W-Y. Nope, that's not here either. We've got Wyatt, but not Wyas. I feel like these are probably dead ends in that case. It could have been a private carriage. Yeah, that's true. All right. Where to next? Where are we going? The red herring. It could have been a cabal of highly trained rabbits. I mean, you never fucking know. Gotta keep your mind open. There's the newspaper. Hold on, let me remember what newspaper bits I'm going to read out. I feel like, let's wait a little bit till I do the newspaper bits. Yeah, let's wait a little bit. I think it will give information that isn't really helpful at the moment. Mark Bulwick is still an option. He was, I have a theory, it could be Bernie's. I can't remember who he was. This is why I should write down who he was. He was in the mother's house who died. Here we go. Mark Bulwick is the guy that is selling the house for the dead mother. I work for her brother who is in charge of the... Right, he works for the rich uncle, basically. Any chance of a recap? I think we could do a fairly quick recap, couldn't we? Right, Wendy Sturton was kidnapped. She works for the Train family. The wife is quite sad and angsty. We have a theory that she could be an opium addict, but we don't know yet. But it kind of points to that direction. What else is useful at the moment? Edgar Newmarch is a tutor that worked with Wendy Sturton. He seems, I didn't think he was that suspicious. He does smoke, which may be important because the place that Wendy was kidnapped, she could smell tobacco smoke. We can't interview her old employees, no, because they don't live in London. I think, let's see if Mark Bulwick is on here. So he works for the rich uncle. Wendy Sturton, the family that she works for, were given a ransom note. They are not particularly wealthy, but they have a wealthy uncle. Let's see if he's on here. Bulwick. Oh, did we run out of music? Let me know and I'll just replay. Replay. First conspiracy theory, the Train family or someone in the Train family kidnapped her. The governess regularly talked about how much the Snowd family loved her and they thought they could blackmail the Snowds for money. Either that or these kidnappers are super dumb considering that they didn't even know the trains were running out of money. Okay, nifty, I like that. Bring the theories, keep the theories coming. I think we should go to Hyde Park because that's where she goes for her walks. So there might be someone that's seen something or knows her. Let me look up. Where is he? Have I just accidentally deleted him? Mark Bulwick. No, I haven't. He's there. Bulwick is not on this list, no. I feel like this is an avenue that we just can't really pursue. We haven't got the ransom note yet, no. Should we go to Hyde Park? New theory, she was never actually kidnapped, she was just high as balls. I mean, right, so, we also need to talk to, I think we need to, like, go down the tobacco route. And I think we should go to Hyde Park. Let's go to Hyde Park, right. Parks. Hyde Park is at 95 NW. Right, here we go. Right, this is a long one. So this is important. To the park! Okay. Alright, here we go. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. Sorry, I'm just trying to get everything in order. There we go. We enter Hyde Park from the southeast. The path underfoot glimmers with a light frost, and we wrap our coats and scarves tight around us to ward off the cold. Consult the map of Hyde Park and choose where in the park you wish to go. Read the relevant numbered entry below. I think we should just go to all of it. Let's just go to all of it. Yeah? I don't see why we don't even like visit bits of the park. Let's just go everywhere. Okay, we'll start with the Royal Humane Society. Smoke rises from the chimney of a wide-fronted building near the riverbank. On the door is a sign proclaiming this to be the receiving house for the Royal Humane Society. A pale man in a dark suit emerges, asking if he could be of any help. We ask him about Miss Sturton. Oh, I know Miss Sturton, he responds with a stutter in his speech. Yeah, she walks in the park often. She on occasion stops to talk and ask me about our society's history. Which path would she normally take? Asked Wiggins. The man points northwards, past the police house and by the old gunpowder magazine. She often did not stick to the path and would walk amongst the trees, even in the ice or snow. Wait, where do we go? We're at Hyde Park. Next, we're going to go to the plant nursery. At the plant nursery, we wander amongst the greenhouses, noting many plants we recognise and many we don't. Some of the greenhouses are dedicated to varieties brought from all over the world. At the back is a small lodge with a line of small carts outside. We knock and get no answer, but the door is unlocked. The room on the other side of the door contains some chairs and a table with an inkwell and a blotting pad, a small green wooden box and a delivery list. Now I'm going to show you the delivery list. Okay. So what can we gather from this? January to September. We've got some deliveries from this person is receiving them and this person is receiving them. There's no music on this scene? Oh, thank you. There we go. That should work. Did it work? Did it? Fuck. Why didn't it work? There we go. Is there a fireplace? We saw smoke, didn't we? All right, so I think from this, we've got two names that we can go see, right? I bought drugs today. The people that receive them, we don't know if they're any use to us, but I think it's worth going to chat to them, right? So we have, see, what is that name? Nestor, I think that says. And Grace Alande. So these are Hyde Park received deliveries. Okay. Tobacco, so West Indies, okay, tobacco. That could be something to do with it. Okay, we will come back to this, but just soak it in, soak it in. All right, next we go to the lodge. The Keeper's Lodge is an imposing building flanked with columns of white stone. We knock at the door, but no one answers. Peering through a window, we can see some desks scattered with papers, but no sign of any people. We move down the side of the lodge into the backyard. A carriage is parked by some stables, where three horses send white clouds of breath into the air and stamp their hooves. Through a back window of the lodge, we see a dining room with a wooden table and chairs set in the front of a grand fireplace. Okay. I'm loving the reaction of chat. All right, next, there is the police station in Hyde Park. A lone policeman at a desk introduced himself as Constable Tyrrell. Wendy, Miss Sturton, comes by here on occasion, he says in response to our questions, although she prefers walking away from the paths and the trees around the gunpowder magazine. Whenever she comes by, I think, well, I hope I'm not immodest in saying this, that she's always pleased to find me on duty. If I have the time, I'm very glad to sit and talk with her a while, and I believe we both enjoy each other's company. What kind of things do you talk about? What about the park, about things she's seen on her walks, about the matters of the day? We've also discussed the changes that have occurred over the years, from the creation of the Serpentine to the new police house. And how do the changes in the park happen? Asked Watson. Who makes the decisions? Well, various people. Simon Pickney oversees building operations. The Royal Keeper of Hyde Park is Sir Colin Pickwick, though he's rarely here and he chooses not to reside in the Keeper's Lodge. And Sir Colin's son and daughter, Patrick and Grace. Yeah, they help him manage the park affairs. What shifts were you on around the 16th of November when she was kidnapped? Tyrrell's expression darkens. That was a strange incident, was it not? That week I was working the afternoon shifts, 12 till 7, and Constable Ponsford was working the morning shifts, 6 till 12. As I recall, I asked to switch with Ponsford for that week, but he was adamant that he kept the morning shifts. Thank you, Constable. Right, we've got a lot of information in that, I think. A lot of information. So, this guy's totally got a crush on her. We know that. What do we know? Simon Pickney oversees building operations. Simon Pickney. Okay. Hyde Park building operations, right? We know that the keeper is Colin Pickwick. Colin Pickwick. Oh, thank you, Nolu. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Right, Colin Pickwick. Although he's rarely here, and he chooses not to reside in the Keeper's Lodge. So that's just where we went up to, right? And it was closed, but there was a fireplace in it. But he doesn't stay there that often. Pickwick. And then Sir Colin's children is Patrick and Grace. Okay. He says, we asked him if he was around. He asked us if we were around. Start that again. We asked him if he was around during the day of the kidnapping. He says he wasn't, but Constable Ponsford was, and Constable Ponsford would not change his shift, his morning shift. Okay. I was so focused on the drugs that I forgot about the kidnapping. He was there, he was just doing the afternoon shift, right? Okay. There's also another bit to talk about, the gunpowder magazine. Do you say gunpowder magazine? Magazine? Anyway, that's the next bit of Hyde Park. What time was she kidnapped? It was the afternoon, wasn't it? It was a bit of pathetic kidnapping, yeah. They didn't get any money. They ballsed it up. Okay, the gunpowder magazine. As we approach the magazine, Watson explains what such a building is for. It is a gunpowder store. The military positions them across the country in strategic locations. They're made to be secure, dry, and cool with very thick walls and are often built in wooded locations. The trees help to absorb the blast in the case of an explosion, which of course is an ever-present hazard. Was she kidnapped before she went to the chemist? Afterwards, right? Was it afterwards? Or maybe it was before. We stop at the mention of explosions and Wiggins looks at Watson in disbelief. Explosions, Doctor? He says. And they have one of these in the middle of the park? More than one, I think, answers Watson. This is one of the most isolated spots in central London. Even if an explosion were to happen, with the walls and the trees, the range of the destruction would be limited. Thinking that, although limited, the range of destruction would be wide enough to encompass anyone standing next to it, we follow Watson with some trepidation towards the magazine. It's a hexagonal building with no windows and a very sturdy looking door, which is locked. Next to the door, the words Gunpowder Magazine are carved into the stone, and ivy creeps up to the building's midpoint. This looks old, observes Wiggins. Is it still used? I think not, says Watson. I'd say it was built at least a century ago, and I see no signs of any guards. But someone has visited, says Wiggins. There are many shallow wheel tracks coming from the west. It looks like a small cart has made regular trips here over the past few months. He turns around and takes a few steps. And over here are men's footprints and a set of more recent wheel marks, wide and deep. A large wagon came to the door and then turned and went back the other way. Oh, and what's this? He picks something from the ground near the door of the magazine. Looks like an expensive brand, he says, holding up a cigar for all of us to see. It is almost complete, but the end is charred, indicating it has been lit and briefly smoked. From the state of it, it must have lain in the dirt for a few days. And I reckon this place must be out of use, Wiggins continues, tucking the cigar into his shirt pocket. Unless whoever smoked this doesn't know what happens when you mix cigars and gunpowder. Right. That's some goddamn clues right there. So the smoke we now know was a cigar. It was cigar smoke. We have to remember that the Edgar Newmarch smoked. No, yeah, Edgar Newmarch smoked, but he's a cigarette smoker, right? I don't think this guy is at all important. Okay, so chat is saying we think she was kept there because of there's like wheel marks and footprints and stuff like that, right? Is that what we're thinking? And she was taken somewhere quiet. And that has been mentioned, hasn't it? That this is like the most isolated place in London. Loud streets, then quiet. Okay, all right. So I think we've got quite a lot to go on from that. But we still don't know who did it, why they did it. Like, we think we've worked out where she was kept, right? So where's our little theories? She was taken, well, Mary, right? Mary was taken to Hyde Park, is the theory. We can't go inside, no. Wendy, not Mary, sorry, my bad. Wendy. Who owns that building? Well, we found out, what have we got here? So, Hyde Park received deliveries. These are the two people that accepted them. Then we've got Simon Pickney is the building operation. So he will be the one who's like managing those buildings. What, is there a fireplace nearby? We saw a fireplace in the lodge, didn't we? Through the back window of the lodge, we see a dining room with a wooden table and chairs set in front of a grand fireplace. I'm always craving some Wendy's. The Hyde Park keeper is called Colin Pickwick, and these are his children, Patrick and Grace. This is the constable that was on duty so there's loads of people we need to go see, right? Keeper's Lodge, yes. Do we think she was held in Keeper's Lodge or the gunpowder room? So the extreme ransom is probably a red herring, right? Ridiculous sum, they'd never pay it, they always expected to release her. Okay, that's an interesting theory. It has to be the lodge. Okay, do we think lodge? Okay, where should we go next? We could, all of these people basically need to be checked out. We also, I think the cigars, the expensive cigars are important. We need to find out more about that. They kidnapped her because she always walks there, so they wanted her out of the way to do something nefarious in that time. Okay, that's a good theory. Okay, all right, we got some interesting theories. I like this. Should we talk to the keeper? Let's talk to the keeper, Colin Pickwick. Is it Pickford or it's Pickwick, isn't it? Pickwick. So Colin Pickwick. 58 SW. Right. 58 SW. Oh, was there a delivery coming on the day she was kidnapped? Tony, that is a fantastic question. What day was she kidnapped again? 16th of November. Doesn't look like there was. Doesn't look like there was, no. Right. What did I say his Pickwick was? 63 SW. I was hoping chat heard that, but I don't. Sorry, I'll find it again. Pickwick. Here we go. 58 SW. All right. Oh no, that's the wrong one. SW. 58. Okay. Oh God, have we circled L? Oh, I don't know if we circled L or not. I don't know if we can read this one yet. I don't know if we can read this one yet. I can't remember if I should have made a note if we'd done L. Okay, we have to come back to this guy just because I'm not sure. But we'll remember that he's 58 SW. We're getting too ahead of ourselves. We could see Nesta. He's on like the delivery. Might be interesting just to see what he's about. Was it? Did that look like Is that Nestor? We can talk to Constable Ponsford, yeah. Hello, Deceptron. I'm good. We are solving a crime, which is, I think we're doing pretty well so far. Ness. What do you think that looks like? Nurton. We can go to tobacco shop. C. Nesta handles Morocco, but if tobacco, it comes from the West Indies, so Grace may be better. Okay. Let's just see if he's even on here. He might not actually be on here. I can't read what that says. It looks like NES to me. Nesta. C. Nesta. I found him. Clyde. 11 EC. 11 EC. The landlady at number 11 tells us that she lets rooms to 2 people, Thomas Pleasant and Clyde Nesta, but neither of them is at home. Do you know where we might find Clyde? Asked Wiggins. We're friends of his and we have some news to give him. He works as a manager of something at Hyde Park, she replies. Something to do with plants and shrubs and shit like that. I don't think he'll be there now. I had an old wardrobe I wanted rid of and he went off with it about 20 minutes ago saying he had a way he could get money for it. Wiggins thanks her and we take our leave. Circle the letter A. I need to write these down now. A. Right. What's that? I can't get comfy. I'm trying to get comfy. Not used to sitting up so straight for so long. Usually I get lazy when I'm playing games. We've made progress. We've got a checkpoint. Right. So this guy seems maybe a little bit dodgy. He's off to go try and sell a wardrobe. Who else can we go to? So, this guy. Dodgy? Grace Allende. Quick save. Should we look her up? She's the other person signing. She's not on here. Also, she might be the keeper's daughter as one of his kids is called Grace. That is a very good... Yep. Here we go. So we can assume that this is Colin Pickwick's daughter, right? But she doesn't seem to be on here. No, she's not. Maybe she's at his house? So I think it's safe to say that this is her. Why does she have a different last name? She could be married. Should we go see Pickwick? Okay, check. Is Grace Pickwick there? Okay. Pickwick. Did I go here before? I did, didn't I? It was just Colin. Oh, but we couldn't go in there yet. Sorry, I'm going around in circles a bit here. Okay, we need to save all of these guys for a little bit longer. Simon Pickney? Should we go talk to him? He is the Hyde Park Building Operations. Yeah, let's talk to Simon. I can't find him either. Oh, there we go. There he is. Sorry. 70 EC. I found him. Okay, 70 EC. Do you have L circled? I don't know. Look, let's just leave these two to the end, right? Not the end, but we'll wait a little bit till we do these ones. I'm just worried that we're not actually supposed to be able to read these yet. Okay, we're gonna have to save these, okay? Let's go see Constable Ponsford, yeah? We might have already done it. I just don't know. I didn't make a note of it. We'll see if we can find Constable Ponsford. Here we go. Maxwell Ponsford is at 26 SW. Constable Ponsford has an oval face and a bushy brown beard. As he answers the door, he removes the smoking stub of a cigar from his mouth and pushes it onto an overflowing ashtray on a sideboard. Next to the ashtray is an open green box full of expensive-looking cigars. We are working with Sherlock Holmes and Inspector Lestrade, says Wiggins, and would like to ask you about Miss Wendy Sturton. Do you know her? Yes, Ponsford replies. I've spoken to her a couple of times. I don't know what voice I've done for him. What's another voice I can do? I'll do yeah, I've spoken to her a couple of times. My colleague, Constable Tyrrell, had conversed with her regularly. Yeah, reports stating she'd been kidnapped went round the stations early this week. Why are you asking about her? We're helping with the kidnapping investigation. We were told you were on a shift. You were on a shift in the Hyde Park police station on the morning of November 16th. Well, Ponsford pauses and thinks. Yeah, I was. And did you see Miss Sturton that day? We understand she used to walk by there most mornings. Did she? He pauses, thinking again, and then something seems to occur to him. For a brief moment, his eyes widen before his expression settles back into a stern composure. Sorry, I don't remember, he continues. I'm not sure I can be of much help. You must excuse me, I have to get some paperwork to file. That was strange, says Watson as we walk away. He was suddenly keen to be rid of us. That was a bit sus. Bit fucking sus. So he's got cigars. Sorry, I'm trying to cross my legs on this chair, but I'm too big. The newspaper, good point. So, and I've literally got underneath expensive cigars. What was expensive cigars in relation to? again, expensive cigars were... It was found in Hyde Park. Okay. So was he there? Smoking a cigar? He said he needed to be on duty. It wasn't... He wanted the morning shift, though. Maybe. Okay, we got a maybe. Hyde Park building operations. So we can't go to these guys just yet, but we have gone to this guy. Now, where to next? Wiggins has the cigar. Oh, he took it with him, didn't he? We could go the tobacco route. This is the constable who worked the morning shift. He had something to do with this, especially with his possible connection to the cigar bar. He may have been the one who left the cigar bar there. Okay. Also, Wendy went out for a walk that morning. He claims not to have seen her, which is very fucking sus, but okay. Should we go see a tobacconist? God knows which one it would be. There's loads. I'm going to have to just go through a whole fucking bunch of them. So bear with me. I'll read them all out. Okay, where are we starting? SE. Anyone in the SE? 44 SE. Nope, that's not on here. SW. 7 SW. Nope. 86 SW. There was an open window. Were they looking through the open window? Oh, Disraeli for Grace's marriage certificate. Okay, Tony, remind me of that in a minute. Let me just find this first. Everyone keep like what you've got in your heads, like in your mind. We will absolutely go and check these things. Let me just do the tobacco first. Right, SW 786. Nope. 88. No. Sketch this wave. Thank you so much for the 3 months. I'm late. Is this something I'll be able to follow along in VOD format? So like, do you mean like go back and watch it and just be a little bit behind? Because absolutely. It might be a little bit confusing to like get what's happening right now. But absolutely very, very watchable in VOD format. Sketch, thank you so much for the 3 months. Thank you, Sketch. I appreciate it. Thank you. Mrs. says, how can Bobby afford expensive cigars? That is a really good point. Okay, I need more notes. So questions. All right, sorry, carry on. I'm trying to find this goddamn, where the tobacco is. 86, no. 88, no. Where are you? Tobacco place. NW. So we've got 16, no. 54. Aha. For a cigar this expensive, you should ask at Amber & Co. We don't sell them here. Well, we know where we go in then. We go at Amber & Co. Amber & Co. is at 35 WC. The man behind the counter at Amber & Co. examines the partly smoked cigar we found in Hyde Park. We do sell cigars like this, he says, but because of the very high cost, sales are limited. These cigars are rare and subject to very high import tax. West Indies tobacco, wrapped in banana leaf. Could you perhaps tell us the names of anyone who buys these cigars? Asked Wiggins, hopefully. A few people have a regular order with us, he says, glancing down at a list behind the desk. The names here are Sir Francis Clanderdon, Oswald Mason, and Stephen Crust. But many other gentlemen purchased these from us, and I'm afraid we'll have no record of these transactions. Okay, thank you very much. Goodbye. Right, West Indies. Rossoway fucking called it. He called it. Right, we've got 3 names here. We have, which I pronounced all terribly. We've got Francis, Clarendon, Oswald, Mason, and Stefan Kraust. They buy these expensive cigars. Okay. After that, I think we've kind of followed all the leads we can follow. I think then we turn to our helpful people and the newspaper. Right, should we go see these people then? I don't recognize any of those names. Those seem all new. Visit Lestrade. Good point. We could. That's a really good idea actually. Right. Let me try and find this man. Okay. Right. Clarendon. I found the Clarendon. I found him. Francis. 31 SW. 31 SW. A large, muscular butler informs us that Sir Clarendon left 1 week ago on a sailing trip around the coast of Spain. Well, I don't think he's much use to us then. He wasn't even around. Okay. I think we can probably delete this, but... Mason. Let's try Mason. And it's, what is it? Oswald. 42 WC. 42. Oopsie. No. What's that? Oh, sorry. That was the notebook. He got deleted. I'm sure. Fine. The other guy's out of time. What did I 42 WC? There is no one home at number 42. All right, Stefan Kraust. Right, third time's a charm. Looks like he's not even on here. Maybe this is someone like who imports them. Hello, Lottie. Kraust. What is it? Stefan. Nope. He's not even on here. Right, none of those helped. None of those led. I feel like those were all dead ends. Maybe. Hey, Quicksilver, how you doing? Pursue Grace. Okay, we do need to do that, but I think first let's go to the helpful people screen. Oh, we also need music in here. Hello, Sarah. Hello, Sarah. How you doing? We are doing a murder, or not a murder mystery, sorry, just a mystery. It's a kidnapping mystery that chat is solving. And there's also the newspaper stuff. Let's do this first. Now, we've been to the carriage stables. We couldn't find anything of useful there. I say we don't go see Sherlock Holmes at all. Bozak, also Timothy, PK Tubbs, Murder Bear, Viper Leader, Dis Channel. Thank you guys for follows. You go to him when you are a bit stuck. And I don't think we're a bit stuck. I think we're fine. So we won't bother with Sherlock Holmes. We've been to the carriage place. We could go see the librarian. Is there anything we need to see the library for? I don't think so. It's a kidnapping. Lestrade, I think, would be important. We've been to see O'Brien. But remember, there was something on there. There was information on there that we couldn't find out just yet. Or there's the pub with Porky. There's a bunch of places we can go. Lime, how you doing? It's good to see you here. I hope you're having a wonderful Friday. How are you? We talked to the carriages guy. They just weren't there. They weren't on the list. Let's do... Do you think we should go to the librarian? Do we bother with I don't think... Can't think of anything, any like stuff we need information on. Should we try Lestrade? Or we could just do it, why not? That's true. I mean, it doesn't hurt to go look, I guess. Where is he? 5SW. He might not be on here if he's not particularly that useful. 5SW. No, he's not on here. The Discord has solved it? Alright, I'm going to look at what Discord thinks. Where's your... I can't go through all this. Give me like a roundup. I need a roundup. I'll wait for the roundup. It's Pam! Adrian, thank you so much for the 500 biddies. Thank you, Adrian. Did I say 500 when I meant to say 100? Sorry, my brain's not working right now. I'm really hungry, but we power through. We power through. Thank you for the 100 biddies, Adrian. Thank you is what I meant to say. It was Lewis all along. All right, we can't go. Okay, can't go there. Can't go there. Lestrade. I think we should go there. 13SW. 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 Inspector Lestrade is a lean, ferret-like man, whom we have heard Holmes describe as energetic and tenacious, but lacking in imagination. When we arrive, he is busy reading papers on his desk and does not see us until we are practically standing over him. Well, he's a ferrety. Oh, good grief, he says, noticing our presence. Dr. Watson, and you've brought some children with you. Baker Street irregulars. This is Inspector Lestrade, says Watson. Lestrade, these are the irregulars, and their leader, Mr. Wiggins. Very good. I can't remember what his voice is. I've already forgotten it. Very good, says Lestrade. But what are you all doing in my desk? We know Holmes has helped you in the past, Inspector. Says Wiggins, and I'm sure you've helped us too. We thought you might be able to help us now. We're looking into the kidnapping of Wendy Sturton. She thinks your investigation into the case may have slowed a little. Lestrade guffaws. He just laughs. Well, she's bat safe and sound, is she not? Oh, yes, Inspector, replies Wiggins, but the kidnappers didn't get their money and she's worried they may come back. Lestrade shakes his head. The thing is, Wiggins, my lad, kidnapping is a specialised crime and it's a difficult one to pull off. The capture and release can be relatively straightforward, but it's getting the payment that's the hard part. You need to have judged just how much to ask for, and then you need a means of collection that is planned so it won't lead the police or anyone else to your door. The first time, with Mary Dunsworthy, these kidnappers got their money. Foolishly, Lady Dunsworthy did not come to us until after she paid the ransom. The second time, with Wendy Sturton, they weren't so lucky. And they realised they'd picked a bad target. Sorry, I keep losing my... I reckon. It would have given them a fright, and that'll do the last kidnapping they undertake. You mark my words. Hello, everyone that's just stopped by. How's it going? How are you? We're doing a little murder mystery. It's not a murder. It's just a mystery. Oh, do you have any more leads you could share with us? I've sent an officer to see if our informants know anything, but I doubt they will. Mr. Murray has the notes and other items, of course. Now, I do have to get on with some more important matters. Thank you, Inspector, says Wiggins, doffing his cap. 'Twere a pleasure to meet you, and I'm sure we'll meet again. Wiggins grins, but from Lestrade's expression we infer that he does not share our leader's enthusiasm. Starring Michael Caine as Inspector Lestrade. Right, so that was a big bomb. Hello, Cindy. How you doing? That was a big bomb there, wasn't it? There's another kidnapping person. There's another person who was kidnapped. There's a serial kidnapper. Gauntlet, exactly. So the names we got from that. The first victim was Mary Dunsworthy. But these so they got their money with Mary Dunsworthy. Lady Dunsworthy did not come to us until after she paid the ransom. It doesn't say L. I'll have to, hold a sec. I'm sure I can find out whether we're allowed to go there. Oh, there goes the cacti. Hold a sec. I will be able to find it. Circle, no. C, no. Circle the letter L. Oh yeah, we can go there. We can go there, guys. We've circled the letter L. Oh, Giravel! It's been going on for a couple of hours. Yeah, Putney Bridge is too far west. It's not on the map. We're more like central London. But we're like an hour and a half into the mystery. How long do we have the L circled? Quite a while. Sorry, guys. Okay. I think we need to go see this Mary. This is Mary. Remember when we went to the National Archives at the beginning and it said Mary? We were like, who the fuck is Mary? That's who it was. Toon Plays, thank you so much for the host. I hope you had a great stream. So should we go see this Mary? Mary Dunsworthy. Mary Dunsworthy. Thank you, Boone. Thank you so much. All right, let's talk about Mary. There's something about Mary. Okay, Duns. Let's go back onto this page. Lady Dunsworthy. Did I say worthy? Yeah, Dunsworthy. 43 SW. Lady Rosanna Dunsworthy is a tall, grey-haired woman in her 50s who exudes a quiet elegance. She sits in the centre of a large drawing room decorated in oriental silk. She speaks in a calm, soft and precise manner, which, combined with the occasional hint of a French accent, creates a gentle hypnotic effect. Even Wiggins simply sits in silence and listens. Gerald, my manservant, she's going to have to be Eastern European, because that's where my French always goes, tells me you are investigating these kidnappings with Mr. Holmes. I must tell you that I have forbidden my daughter from discussing these frightful events anymore. She not only had to describe every detail to the police, but since then also endure incessant questioning from all of her friends, for whom the whole affair seemed to hold some morbid fascination. I can recount the main details for you, and I'm afraid that will have to do. It's my Colombo accent. On the evening of the 25th of August, she was heading back from a friend's home in South London, where the horses stopped pulling the carriage. It is clear now something was laid on the ground to get into their hooves. The driver alighted to investigate and was struck from behind and left unconscious. A masked man entered the carriage, overpowered her, gagged and blindfolded her. She was transferred to another carriage, though she did not recall how, and driven for some distance. She thinks she was taken outside London. She was tied to a wooden chair in a room near a fire, which was kept burning the whole time. They kept her there. Lady Dunsworthy takes a breath and closes her eyes. For a week, only letting her out of the chair twice a day for her toilet and to be led around the room like a dog on a lead. They said very little to her except that it would all be well in time. I had to send someone to leave money under a bridge in West London, and then they released her. She was driven back into the city, tied and blindfolded and told to step from the carriage. This she did, called for help, and was duly found. An awful ordeal. Anything I can do that may help these miscreants be captured is worthwhile, though as I have said, I will not make poor Mary recount it all again. I wish you luck. We all bow our heads and Watson whispers a deferential thank you before Gerald shows us out. If her daughter's anything like her, said Wiggins as we head off down the street, she must be a very popular young lady. All right, you pervert. Right. What do we have from that? Keep it in your pants, Wiggins. Funk, thank you for the follow. We know that she's fit and old. Old and fit. She didn't call the police for a week. We can't visit Putney, no. Did Constable Ponsford work this case? If so, he could do a copycat. The only thing is that's the most we can talk to Ponsford, unless there's someone else who can give us information about him. Drop the Insta. So we know that so Mary was kept for a week. They got the money from the mum, but it was a similar sort of story. Yeah, we can go to L. Before we do that, though, I'm just going to quickly have a quick bathroom break, and then we'll continue. I'll be back really soon, so don't go anywhere. If I can get out. All right, back very soon. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Another cheeky little veggie sausage. I haven't had my dinner yet. I gotta eat while I can. Go downstairs. Okay. Woo. Oh my god. Lydia's cheeky toilet sausages is the worst sentence ever. Oh my god. Grim. Okay. Oh my god. Alright, make sure I haven't got any sausage in my teeth. What a combination of words that no one wants to hear on a Friday night. Alright, that's better. I really needed to pee. I was like, can I hold on to the end of this stream? No, I needed to have a break. Okay, I'm back. Where are we going next? What do we decide? Oh, we were going to go and talk to these people, weren't we? Okay. So Simon Pickney, the building's operations. So should we start with that? All of the L's. Okay. Oh, shit. Sorry. Wrong button. And there's the newspapers. Okay, Lord. We won't solve it in the next 5 minutes. Can you get me some as well, please? I'm fucking gagging for a glass. Okay. Sorry. Where am I? What am I doing? Pickwick. Oh. Columbo, I'm sorry. Trying to solve a mystery, darling. I know. I'm sorry. Sorry. Can you hear him? He wants to solve the crime. I'd let him in, but there's so much stuff everywhere that it will just be impossible to carry on if he's in here. All right, 58 SW. He's so loud. He loud boy. All right, we can do this bit. We've got the L. We explain that we work with the consulting detective Sherlock Holmes, and we are ushered into an oak-panelled office. A moment later, a slim man bounds into the room. "I am Sir Colin Pickwick," he exclaims, and gives a slight bow, which we each, with an uncertainty, return. "How can I be of help?" "Well, Sir Colin," begins Wiggins, "we are investigating a kidnapping, and there may be a connection to Hyde Park. Could you tell us about your role as keeper?" Sir Colin snorts. "My role as keeper of Hyde Park involves overseeing everything, and it is tedious. My son and daughter manage most of it for me. As if I'm allowed... Oh, sorry, wait. My son and daughter manage much of it for me. As if I allowed it to occupy more than a jot of my time, I would have died of boredom by now. They even gave me a house, you know, back in '83 when I accepted the post. The keeper's lodge in the middle of the park. Well, I have this place and I'm happy with it, so I let Grace and Patrick use the lodge as a base from which to manage park affairs. I do still make some high-level management decisions. For example, I liaised with the Metropolitan Police about the repositioning of the park stations, and am considering such more changes. I ordered a census and a review of all buildings in the park, which has just begun and will be completed by Christmas." "All of the buildings?" asked Wiggins, "including the old gunpowder magazine?" "Yes, that is due to be assessed tomorrow. It has stood empty for years, and it would be good to find a use for it." "Who is it that was kidnapped?" "Wendy Sturton, a governess. Do you know her?" "No, the name is not familiar." "Where will we find your son and daughter?" "You'll find them here." Sir Colin turns to his butler. "Tell Patrick and Grace there are some gentlemen here who work for a consulting detective agency or something. I'm sure they'll find the whole thing quite amusing." As the butler leaves, Sir Colin rises. "I'm afraid you must excuse me," he says, grinning. "I have an appointment with a bottle of scotch in the next room. Ta-ra!" He has only been gone a moment when a young man and a woman enter. Like his father, Patrick Pickwick exudes excess energy. "Okay, Dragstar, take care." What a git. Program, thank you for the follow. Rubbing his hands as his eyes move across each of us in turn. Grace, in contrast, stands quite still, but has something lively about her expressions. They both stare at us for a moment, as if we were an exhibit in a zoo. "Do you chaps really work for a private detective?" asks Patrick. When we answer in the affirmative, he grins, and his sister claps her hands. "Oh, how exciting," she says. "Is he coming too?" "He might be," says Wiggins evasively, "but you could be of great help to him and us if you answer these questions." "Patrick," she says, adopting a serious expression, "we need to help." Patrick opens a small green box on the desk. He removes 2 cigars, handing one to his sister and taking one for himself. "What do you do in terms of managing the park?" asks Wiggins. "Everything," Patrick responds. "We spend much of our time there." "Mr. Wiggins, what a delightful name," exclaims Grace. Patrick smiles. "Mr. Wiggins." The park's affairs quickly bored my father, and he began transferring his responsibilities to us. Well, initially to me. At that point, Grace was still gallivanting. ranting? Really, Patrick? Grace laughs. I was abroad. My husband owned plantations and I travelled with him to some of the most curious places. Have you ever been to the West Indies, Mr. She smiles broadly. Wiggins? No, ma'am, replies Wiggins, visibly embarrassed at the amusement his name is causing. Grace returned when her husband died of some awful tropical illness, says Patrick. Unfortunately, they had only been married for 8 months and the family wrangled things, so the bulk of his estate went to them. Poor Eduardo, Grace nods. Watson tries to get the conversation back on track. Do you know Miss Wendy Sturton? No, responds Patrick. Who is she? A governess who was kidnapped this week. Kidnapped? Exclaims Grace. How exciting. Oh, like something from a penny dreadful. Yes, responds Wiggins. Miss Sturton walked regularly in Hyde Park. As do hundreds of people, Mr. Wiggins, says Patrick. We do not know them all. Our dealings are with the workforce rather than the public visitor. Very well, says Wiggins. Thank you for your help. Circle the letter F. Right. Did we learn anything from that? Did they help us? What do we think? Cigars, West Indies, that is still happening. What's the theories about this? I think they're sus. That's Grace Orlando. So she's the one who's, she's this person. She's accepting the deliveries from the West Indies. What are we thinking? Where are we doing next? Maybe they're paying off the constable with them. When was Mary kidnapped? Did anyone make a note of that? Because I forgot to. Let me try and cross my legs again. I can't. I'm too fucking big. I can't fit. I think they're using the cigars for smuggling. Did they bribe the PC to turn a blind eye? That makes sense if the constable couldn't afford those expensive cigars if they were a bribe. Okay. Ping Pong, thank you for the follow. Okay. Right. We have been to see Colin, and we've spoken to Patrick and Grace. We've spoken to Constable Ponsford. We haven't have we spoken to Simon Pickney? No, we haven't. We haven't spoken to Simon Pickney. So let's go chat to him. Sir Yogis, thank you for the follow. Pickney, Simon Pickney. Anatari, thank you so much. Anatari, thank you for subbing for 3 months. Thanks for using your Prime on the channel. I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Thank you. We can do a quick recap. Of course we can. Let me just find Pickwick. Simon Pickney. 70 EC. Do you have L circled? We certainly do. Ravsy! How you doing, Ravsy? How was your stream? Did you have fun? I heard you beat up a defenseless woman or something. Classic Ravs on a Friday night. What are you doing? What are you up to? It was good. I was in my undies in the flat 5 minutes before the stream. Did you not know you were doing it, or did you forget that you were doing it? I forgot. Oh no. How's the mysteries? The mysteries is good. I think we are making a lot of progress. I think we're... I don't want to say anything. I don't want to spoil anything, but it's going well. I think it's going well. You missed some classic accents, Ravs. Some fucking classic accents. We're going to solve it today. This is definitely something to be solved today. We're currently going to see Mr. Pickney, who is the Hyde Park Buildings Operations Manager. God, I wish I had a bottle of wine at home. I was going to have to imagine. How can I do a murder mystery on a Friday night without any goddamn fucking wine? This is obscene. Yeah, you couldn't do it over 2 different streams because it'd be so hard to remember everything. Order in. I don't know if I can be bothered. Anatari, thank you. Oh, no, wait, it was someone else. It was Tramolt. Thank you for continuing with the gifts that they got from Rossabo. Thank you so much, Tramolt. Thank you. Rossabo, thank you for gifting the sub in the first place. Tramolt, thank you for continuing the gift sub. Oh, thank you. Are you doing a Sherlock Holmes mystery because Henry Cavill is in Enola Holmes? Wait, what? What? Where am I? I don't know what just happened. That was meant to be like the close-up camera, and I'd be going like, but it took me to a weird place. Apparently, all my scenes on my OBS are fucked. I don't know what the fuck that was about. One mention of Henry Cavill, and I just lose my shit. I lose it. I do want to watch it. To be honest, I'm not mad on the actor, the one from Stranger Things. I don't actually give a shit about her or the storyline. I just want to watch the bits with Henry Cavill, because he's Sherlock Holmes, right? And that's why I want to watch the bits with Henry Cavill, because he plays the part of Sherlock Holmes, and that's the bit I find most interesting. Rossabo, thank you for gifting a sub to Henry Cavill. Thank you so much, Rossabo, for acting reasons. Thank you, Rossabo. Henry. Thank you so much, Rossabo. Hi, Henry Cavill. I love you. All right, I'm going to read this bit. Mr. Pickney is a short, bespectacled man who blinks continuously as he speaks to us in a very soft, slow manner. Yes, I manage the building operations in Hyde Park. Can I be of his assistance? We work for Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the detective, begins Wiggins, and we were wondering what you could tell us about the buildings in the park, and particularly the old gunpowder magazine. That magazine hasn't been used in more than 5 years, replies Pickney. It has been empty at least as long as I have been buildings manager. The police instigated the building of a news station in recent years, but aside from that, there's not been a great deal that has occurred in relation to the park's building of late. He pauses, thinking, his eyes still blinking rapidly. Tramolt, thank you so much for gifting a sub. Thank you, Joraville. You've got a sub. Thanks for the lovely Tramolt. Tramolt, thank you so very much. Thank you. That's super kind of you. Oh, hey, Cosmo. Right, sorry, I'm getting distracted. Change may come next year, of course, once we have completed the survey of the park buildings, which Sir Colin Pickwick ordered last month. I believe the magazine itself is due to be inspected tomorrow. And do you know Miss Wendy Sturton? Wiggins asked. No, sorry. I don't think I can help you, young gentleman, further, but I wish you luck. He closes the door. There we go. Gauntlet gifted us up to toilet. To toilet sausage. Thank you so much, Gauntlet. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Thank you, Gauntlet. Toilet sausage. What a name. I love that someone is actually called that. I mean, it doesn't surprise me now. Everyone is on Twitch. What a fucking name. Thank you, Gauntlet. Can you just hear it? Like, poor old Columbo. Like, let me in. Ravs, get us up to poop sock. Ravs, thank you so much. Is that your alt? Oh, poop sock. Is that, wait, was that the story of like when you're playing a game and you can't pee, so you, like, you need to pee but you go into a bottle, and if you need to poop you go into a sock? Is that thing? Because that's fucking disgusting. And you nasty. It was my original account, but Harry wouldn't let me use it to become a partner. I thought dirty little meat slap. He's got a lot of alts. Ravs leads a lot of horrible, disgusting lives. He nasty. Oh my God. Okay. All right. Just don't mix the poop sock with the other sock. Oh no. Oh, the music stopped. Okay. Also giving us up to better than Ravs. Is that not just, is that not just like every, is that giving us up to every streamer? I'm just joking, Raz, I love you. You're a fantastic streamer. You're better than all of us. You're better than all of us. We're all shit. We're all poop socks compared to you. You're lucky I love you, you big shit. Thank you so much, Rossabo. Who has got a sub called Better Than Ravs? Who are you? Reveal yourself. Ravs, you're fantastic. You big toilet sausage, I love you. Soliloquilic. Oof. Oof. Shots fired. All right. Back on the case. Back on the case. Okay, that guy was fucking useless. He didn't bring anything new to the table. What? What? Yeah? Yeah, okay. I know, I can't let you in. You will destroy everything. He's making some valid points. All right, list of suspects. Good idea. Kept at lodge. Who is the list of suspects? We need to go back to the archives now that we circled L. That's a good idea. So that was here. The archives were 17WC. So Mary, we now know who that is, was born in London to Lord Augustus Clark Dunsworthy and Lady Rosanna Dunsworthy, the fit lady we spoke to. Have we circled F? We just did that. Grace Pickwick, born 10th of January, married Eduardo Allende on the 30th of November. Now, I don't know if that really helps us much. I feel like we already knew that. Let me just double check that there's no way. So we know. That's kind of just confirms what we thought, right? Eduardo died of some tropical illness. I'm just double checking. ALLE ND. No, he's definitely not on here. But that makes sense, right? Because he is from the West Indies. Was it the West Indies? So he wouldn't be on this London directory. We did L. Also, he's dead. Also important. Okay. Should I read some newspaper snippets? Now, I'm not going to help you at all with these. I'm just going to read them out. Some of it is important. Some of it is a red herring. I ain't telling you which is which, though. second half recap. So I think the big sort of findings was when we went to Hyde Park. We found an area which we're pretty sure is where she was taken. We now know that there's also another kidnapping that took place. Hello, Astrid. How you doing? What else do we know? The guy who is the now they're fighting. Park keeper. His kids seem a bit sus. Sorry, I'm not doing a very good job of doing a recap. We're still working it out, basically. All right, I'm going to start with this one. A bit grim, but a bit sad. Yesterday, an inquest was held at the town hall before George Abbey Esquire on the body of an infant named Helen Palton. On Thursday night, the mother of the deceased sent to Mr. Taylor on Wigmore Street, chemist, for some infant's cordial, and Mr. Taylor gave her a pennyworth of a mixture in which landaeum was an ingredient. A portion was given to the child, which after slept very much, and the mother became alarmed, sent to Mr. Fallingham, I'm reading this really badly, Mr. Fallingham, who found apparently dead. He, however, by great exertion, succeeded in reviving it to an extent, but after lingering for several hours, it died at 10 o'clock Friday evening. The jury, after a long and diligent inquiry, found that the deceased came to her death by incautious administration of the cordial, and why they acquitted Mr. Taylor of blame, expressed a wish that he should be in future be particular in directing that children are to take such cordial sparingly, and to specify the quantity of cordial to be given in accordance with the age of the child to whom it was to be administered. Okay. Next one. To the editor of the Times. Sir, I must raise two issues which currently mar the otherwise charming spectacle of Hyde Park. The state of this area after dark must be known to all who have the misfortune to make a shortcut across it after nightfall. The reason is simple. It is not lighted. Applications have been made over and over again to the proper authorities, but although we are spending imperially 100 millions per annum, whatever, there is no money forthcoming to light up Hyde Park. How can one wonder at the danger of the place? They love darkness because their deeds are evil. The very worst of characters, male and female, abound the park. The remedy, as I have said, is simple. The electric light, well placed and well distributed, would alter the conditions of the place half an hour after lighting up and forever. I can't pronounce anything. Furthermore, I maintain that it is not at all pleasing that the habit of smoking has crept into Rotten Row. The excuse is that the prince smokes, but because one person of an exceptional and unique position, doubtless under exceptional circumstances, smokes, that is no reason why the mass should follow the example. And it is well known that Queen Victoria herself finds the habit extremely distasteful. I only wish it spurred her to raise the substantial tobacco tax even higher to curb this inexorable rise in popularity. In the best of his stories, my novel, Lord Lytton makes Harley his hero jeer at English liberty, and he says, I no more dare smoke this cigar in the park at 6:30 when all the world is abroad than I dare pick my Lord Chancellor's pocket or hit the Archbishop of Canterbury a thump on the nose. Smoking is now common enough in the park, and it ought to be abated as a nuisance. Okay. Art gallery. The new Dunsworthy Art Gallery opened last night with a private concert by invitation only that was praised by all in attendance for its balance of humour and elegance. After a jovial performance by the Moore and Burgess minstrels, the stage was taken by Miss Eliza Delane for a recital of the Habanera from I can't read any of these things. Carmen. Guess what even observed to weep in response to this virtuoso performance, one perhaps being Clara Henley, in attendance with her fiancé, Mr. Montagu. So much reading. Something. Grace Alunde was also observed in the company with her brother Patrick and the Lewin twins. Miss Mary Dunsworthy, accompanied by her good friend, the artist Emmeline Manton, was an elegant and agreeable host, emphasising that she will be continuing to hold the elaborate and exciting social events for which she is renowned. Suicide in Hyde Park. On Wednesday, near Stanhope Gate, reports were made that on a seat a little distance away, a man was bleeding from the throat, having caused the injury himself by means of a blade. On arrival at the spot, police could see nothing of the man, but found a trail of blood on a path leading to the Serpentine. Being unable to obtain any further trace of him, they went to the Royal Humane Society receiving house for the purpose of informing the officials in order for a search to be made by boat. Upon arrival, there appeared information had already been given, for the dead body of a man had just been taken out of the water. Okay. Mary was kidnapped before and was with Grace. Grace and Mary connection. Okay. Right. What I might do now is I'm going to give you the questions to solve this case, right? That you have to give the answers to. And we're going to see how much we know and how much we still don't know. So, they are on the back of this book. The date of the paper is the November 19th, 1885. Okay. So. Let me just move this a bit. Oh God. I cannot type! Who kidnapped Wendy? Is the first question. Why is the second question. What was Constable, imagine that this is spelled correctly, Constable Ponford's involvement is the third question. Ooh. I don't know if I want to read the next. Okay, I'm going to go that far. Do we know these? Do we know the answer to these? Or should we do a little bit more investigating? For example, there is still other people that we can go talk to. There are more questions as well, but I'm hesitant to write them down just yet, as I feel like, just to give you an update on the current Discord situation, we discovered it's actually Hastings, Pam and Columbo who did the kidnapping. The letter L clue led us to realise it was you who was the real target. Then I was recommended to be your personal assistant, deemed a better mod than Rossabo, and that about brings it up to speed. Nifty, thank you for the 100 biddies. You've only gone and bloody well solved the crime. Jesus. Jesus. We need to confirm number one. It goes all the way to the top. Do we know the motive yet? Thank you, Lugo. Thank you so much. Speaking of hair, I'm going to brush my hair. Because it's naughty. I feel like, why don't we do a few more of these? Static Testament, thank you so much for the 2 months. Thank you. I sure am glad to be subbed again. Big lids for the win. Thank you so much, Static. Thank you for the support. I'll cheers to that with my invisible liquid. The Strats of the criminologist had some files. Right, let's go to the criminologist then. Porky could also have info on cigar smuggling. And Henry Ellis. Okay. As he's the newspaper man. Okay, so why don't we go criminologist first? 22 SW. The Lewin twins. Ooh. I forgot to write their names, people's names down. Okay, that's on the list. Okay. 22 SW. I have met this Mr. Murray once before, says Watson as we arrive at the criminology laboratory. An insightful fellow, if a little eccentric. We enter the laboratory to find an old man hunched over a desk, studying a bowler hat and a dead pigeon with a magnifying glass. He looks up as we approach and peers at us through a wisp of unkempt white hair. "Ah, I know you," he says, pointing at Watson. A medical man and a friend of Mr. Holmes." "You're correct, Mr. Murray. I'm Dr. Watson, and these are some other friends of Holmes who go by the name of the Baker Street Irregulars." Murray studies us intently. "Oh, what a fascinating collection of misfits," he says. "Oh, thank you, Mr. Murray," says Wiggins, deciding to take the comment as a compliment. "I'm Wiggins, and we're here to see if you can tell us anything about these kidnappings." "Ah," says Murray, "I see interesting stuff, Wiggins." It's Wiggins, sir." "Yes. What? Oh, firstly we have the notes, which you can see here." So this is called Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. The Baker Street Irregulars is, I think, this particular one. So... Oh my god, bad band Leica. I'm so sorry to hear that. That sounds like a fucking nightmare. I hope you're feeling a bit better now. Okay. These are the kidnap notes. Thrifty Nifty gifted us up to bad band Leica. Oh, is that the little like, sorry you had a shitty time today? Have a sub. Thank you so much, Nifty. Thank you. Okay. Oh no, toilet sausage cannot become a thing. It cannot. It cannot. Thank you so much, Nifty. Thank you. Right, these are the ransom notes. Both on coarse parchment paper, Murray continues. Then we have two similar red scarves. So this one from the first kidnapping is cotton, and the one from the Sturton kidnapping is a mixture of cotton and silk. And we have the rope used in each case to tie the hands of the victims behind her back. Again, there are differences. In particular, they differ in thickness. And also, look at the ends. He holds two pieces of rope in front of us. One is more frayed than the other, remarks Wiggins. Good eye, Waggins. There could be other causes for that, but it's likely that the instrument used to cut the rope was different in each case. What does Inspector Lestrade think of this? Asks Watson. He thinks a scarf is a scarf, replies Murray, and a rope is a rope. And he may be right. I'd be very surprised if the evidence from two crimes by the same perpetrator were ever to match precisely. Anything else? Ah, yes, one more thing. Some bright young officer stationed at the trains house thought to take a sample of mud from Miss Sturton's shoes when she returned after being freed. I can't remember his name, but he must have learnt something from your Mr. Holmes. I know Holmes takes an interest in exactly these kind of details, so I sent a description of the chemical composition of the soil to him. Lestrade wasn't interested. How curious, it was only partly smoked. Oh, no, sorry, it's the same guy. How curious that it was only partly smoked, says Murray when we show him the cigar. Ah, this looks like an expensive brand. A tobacconist would be able to tell you more. All right, we've already done that, you creepy criminologist. Ross, we're getting yourself to Waggins! Thank you so much, Rossable. Oh, good old Waggins. Thank you so much. Right, so we've got both notes here. So we have Miss Sturton. Leave £2,000 in a sack on the North Bank under the New Putney Bridge at dawn tomorrow, and she will be returned to you unharmed. More like Swaggins. And then we have Mary. Leave £2,000 in a sack under the first arch of Richmond Bridge at dawn on the 1st of September, and she will be returned unharmed. Can we put the handwriting of these notes against the delivery dates? So the delivery dates are this. What's that? And this. they seem different, don't they? I can't see any, like, doesn't look like a match. Okay. So we've got 2 kidnappings here. I think lots of people in chat have noticed the fact that the handwriting is different. There's different handwriting for both of them, which is weird. Okay. What else? Who else and the helpful people were we going to go check out? I feel like, was it Porky? Because he might know about cigar smuggling. Should we go see Porky? And then we'll go see the Lewin twins. So 52 EC. Henry Ellis. Who's that again? 52 EC. We have all known Porky Shinwell, landlord of the Raven and Rat Public House, for some time. He is a huge, coarse man known for his cunning criminal mind and the time he spent in Parkhurst Prison, with a reputation for being something of a brute. So when Holmes first told us Porky was one of his informants and asked us to visit him to gather some details for a case, we were understandably nervous. However, if Porky still has a wicked side to his character, we've been lucky enough to never see it, and to us he has always been jovial and welcoming. Nah, mate, sorry, I don't know anything about these kidnappings, he replies in response to our questions. Oh, if it interests you, I have heard some interesting rumours of something going down recently. Mr. Holmes himself was in earlier, asking if I knew about any deals that happened in the last few days. I told him one of my regulars, Toothy Ted, said he was approached last week to do a big deal of some kind. That's what Ted does, you see, he deals in stuff. Anything that hasn't come by regular channels. He sat in here smoking cigars with some posh-looking gent for a while, talking it over. He didn't do the deal, though. Don't know why. Any idea where we could... thank you so much, guys. Any idea where we could find him, Porky? No, sorry. Any idea where we could find him, Porky? Asks Wagons. Nah, sorry, mate. Though if I remember right, I think he used to work near Southwark Bridge. Well, with a name... with a name like Toothy Ted, laughs Tinker, I guess we need to look for a guy with a lot of teeth. What? No. Porky frowns. Well, yeah, but not his own. He got that name because he used to be a dentist. He even invented his own toothpaste and got into the chemists. I'm not sure anywhere stocks it anymore, mind. Not since people found out what he was putting in it. Right. Rebel Red 9, thank you so much for the 5 months of subbing. Thank you. Blitz. Thank you so much, Rebel. Thank you. And Lugo has also subscribed for 3 months. What a fucking geyser. What a geyser. Thank you so much, Lugo and Rebel Red 9. Thank you. I like Porky. Right. Letter T. Southwark Bridge. Southwark Bridge. Do we go to Southwark Bridge? Yeah? Worth a pop, isn't it? Southwark Bridge. Here we go. Right. 1 EC, potentially. No, that's not it. 26 EC? No. 67? No. I can't, no, nothing, no, I can't sign anything at the bridge. Oh, there's a lot we haven't actually been to. Then let's not go to the bridge. We can check on the twins, the Lewin twins. Okay. Sorry. Thanks, guys. She had the baby had too much of the Landeum, whatever it's called, Laudanum opiate stuff. Good night, Zakalia. Take care. Have a fantastic snooze. Thanks for watching the stream. Laywin twins. Here we go. Bradford and Hubert. Okay. So these guys, the Laywin twins, were... that was me moving around in my chair, by the way. It sounds... I've got a very squeaky chair. It makes dodgy noises. I promise. I promise. I promise. Okay. The old chair excuse. Right. Laywin is 27 SW. It was paying. Leatherback Brad, thank you for the follow. 27 SW. We are told that Bradford Laywin left for Paris early this morning in the company of his brother Hubert. So that's 53 NW. We get nothing from them. It's my chair, all right? If the baby's inquest was on the paper on the 19th, Wendy couldn't have known that going into the chemist on the previous occasion. Oh my God, big brain here. This is big brain thoughts. Maybe she was just asking? Wait, but wasn't Hodset, hold on. Didn't, oh, wrong button. Didn't the paper say Mr. Taylor was acquitted of blame, but he was told that he had to express to people that were giving it to children that they were only supposed to use a little bit. So he was told that. Did the mic change? Suddenly mic much louder, or have I gone mad? That's weird. I don't know how I did that. How's that? Is that okay? I think I pressed something by accident, but I have no idea what I pressed. Okay, how about this? Is this okay? Quiet? Still too quiet, or is this okay? Now we're okay. Sorry, I have no idea what on earth I pressed. Now it sounds good. Okay. That was weird. Don't know what I did. Okay. Where else could we go? Let's go back to the evidence scene. Is there touch volume? No, there's just touch to mute. Do we know where the cigar was from? Yeah, the West Indies. Was it? No, wait. Was it the West Indies? Yeah, the West Indies. Gone down in volume. What happened? I have no fucking clue how I have somehow managed to mess up the mic. Opium cigars? The man from Amber and Co said it was usually imported. Okay, so let's remember... Wrong button! Let's remember the questions, right? The starting questions. Who kidnapped her? Why did they kidnap her? And what was the constable's involvement? All right, these are the main starter 3 questions. Now, I told you guys at the beginning, I think, Lord, you asked this. I have previously done this this mystery. I've done it before because I needed to be able to like perform it for you guys and not be totally fucking confused and lost. There is something that we have missed, and I can't remember how I found it when I did it, but there is something missing. In fact, there's actually a couple of things missing. Henry Ellis. Who's Henry Ellis again? I think I've asked that about 100 times. Who's Henry Ellis? That's my chair. It's my skin rubbing against this goddamn leathery chair. The newspaper reporter. Okay, let's go to him. I promise I'm not just really ill. It's not true. Thank you, I66 for the follow. You are not allowed to use Sherlock. I am forbidding the use of Sherlock. All right, 30 EC. EC? Yeah, EC. Yeah, Mr. Puff, they're from the West Indies. Henry is 30 EC. Okay, I will do. Just on that one scene. I don't know what the fuck I did, but thank you. You go to Pike for gossip. Okay. Henry Ellis is a middle-aged man with a square jaw and a very short, well-kept beard. So you work for Sherlock, he says, looking at us over a pair of spectacles. He's given me some excellent material in the past. I'm always glad to assist in his inquiries. We are investigating the kidnapping of Miss Sturton, says Wiggins. I wrote on both that and the Dunsworthy kidnapping. Ellis tells us. The main details in each case were that the victim was taken into a carriage against her will, held by the kidnappers, for a week in one case and a day in the other, and that they were released tied and blindfolded on a city street. The detectives in charge were not willing to release any more information to the press. If you want more than that, you'll have to go and try your luck with the officials. Not much info there. So we've spoken to Porky, we've spoken to the criminologist, we've spoken to O'Brien. I just realised we got him on here twice. We've spoken to Henry and Lestrade. We forgot about Jasper, he's hidden up here. We've done these guys, we're not doing Sherlock Holmes. Should we just do Lomax, Jasper, and Pike, so that they're all the bases are covered in terms of like people that can help us? Oh yeah, no one's dead. That's a good point. There's no point. He does dead bodies. I very much doubt he probably won't even be in here. But as I'm on EC anyway. Oh, here we go. He is on here. Okay. I've known Jasper for some... So this is the Sir Jasper Meets the Medical Examiner. I've known Jasper for some years through my medical work, says Watson. Oh, this is posh. Sorry, Watson's posh. I've known Jasper for some years through my medical work, says Watson, as we enter the morgue of St. Bart's Hospital. He's an excellent pathologist, and I introduced Holmes to him in '84 when he was working on a curious case involving the murder of a Ukrainian acrobat. Since then, Sherlock has often called on Jasper when investigating any suspicious deaths. Sir Jasper Meeks is a tall, thin man who appears to be in his late 60s. He has short, tidy grey hair, half-moon spectacles, and a calm, steady demeanour. John Watson, he says, a pleasure to see you. How is Mr. Holmes? He's well, Jasper, although busy. I found it hard to keep track of his movements of late. There are the Baker Street irregulars, Holmes' trusted associates, and we're investigating a case on his behalf. Well, I am happy to help you all I can, as is the representatives. Thank you. We're investigating the kidnapping of Wendy Sturton, and I wondered if you could tell us anything about that, or the strange deaths in Hyde Park. Remember, there was the suicides. The Lord Mayor Drake. Good evening. How you doing? And London Cheesehead. How's it going? I'm not aware of any corpses connected to the Sturton kidnapping, or that of Mary Dunsworthy, Meek replies. Sadly, there are sometimes suicides in Hyde Park. I have conducted autopsy for all the cases, and I do not recall anywhere there was any reason to doubt the individual had taken their own life. I think people in that unfortunate state of mind choose the park because it is one of the few places in London where one can be isolated and unobserved. Very well, Jasper, thank you. Jasper smiles and nods, and we doff our caps before exiting the hospital. Right. Didn't really help. Not yet, Cheesehead. I think the dead baby thing might be connected to Mrs. Train getting addicted to the laudanum because of excessive doses, but I'm thinking it's not related to the smuggling. Okay. Go to Pike to see if Mary's friends have more info than her mother gave. Okay. Right, to SW. I'm not a fan of the man myself, says Watson as we enter the Society's club. He is a strange, languid creature who makes a living from publishing all manner of scandal. But Holmes will not hear a bad word said about Langdale Pike and finds him invaluable with gossip about the lives of London's upper class. It's Dr. Watson, says a pale man, reclining on a chaise-longue in a bay window of the club. But no sign of Holmes. What brings you my way, Doctor, with your intriguing companions? Hello, Langdale, says Watson. I'm sure you've heard Holmes refer to the Baker Street irregulars. Here they are, and we've come to ask about the Train family. We're investigating kidnapping at the Governor's. Oh, left tied and blindfolded on a street somewhere, wasn't she? Says Langdale. I must admit I rarely encounter the Trains. Fairly ordinary and highly respectable family, as far as I am aware. Not my kind of thing at all, and not particularly well off either, unlike Lady Dunsworthy. Now, she had a daughter worth kidnapping. Kenneth Train's uncle is Lawrence Yale, a man more to my tastes. In terms of his contribution to high society gossip, you understand. Yale is a known womanizer and owns race horses. The wonderful Indian boy has been his real showstopper. And I, may add, has made yours truly a bob or two in the past. And what about the other name you mentioned, asked Wiggins? The Dunsworthys. Yes, victims of the gang of kidnappers, I believe. Well, Lord Dunsworthy died 3 years ago and left his wife a fortune. Mary is their only child, quite a delightful thing, and an out-and-out socialite, always on her way to or from some party or another, though I understand her social activities have decreased since her kidnapping. Thank you, Mr. Pike, says Wiggins. Watson gives a curt nod and we exit the club. Right. That's the man whose house we couldn't get into. Yeah, the rich guy. The rich uncle. See, yeah, ha, Yale, ha, what, Brimley? I don't think there's a way to get in. I mean, I can't think of a way. Like, there's only like his address. We tried the guy that was working with him, and he wasn't on here. I can't think of another way. We've been to the nephew, the dad. Sorry, I'm getting confusing use of terminology now. But yeah, I don't think there's a way to get into his house. Right. I need some theories. And I need to slouch. Oh yeah, we slouching. Because my back is hurting. Right. Is there a stable or something? The racehorse. How did the kidnappers know that Wendy would be going to get more laudanum? I can't say that word. I'm gonna say opium. What? How did they know? Good question. How did they know? Right. Something about horses. Anything about horses in here? The mother was a drug addict and she knows her schedule. Okay, so you think the mum is to do with it? Bear with me. I'm going to read something quickly. I'm reading the answer. Okay. Okay. I think we've been to all of these people now, haven't we? Yeah, I keep being like, oh shit, the music stopped. We've been to O'Brien. That's where we found out about where is she? Hodset. That's where we found out that Grace was married to someone from the West Indies. I thought she got taken in the morning. So when she was kidnapped, she was on an errand, which that says she's in the afternoon. We don't know for sure, do we? But I think it would... We assume it's the afternoon? Newmarch said it was after lunch. There we go. The tutor said it was after lunch that she went out. Have we finished all of... yeah, we did. We can go back to it, but I don't think there was anything... Was Letitia getting behind a checkpoint? I don't think so, no. Because she's one of the first people you really go to talk to, don't you? I'm having a look now. I don't want to give... I don't want to, give too much away. But... what about this... what we found out from Porky, this deal. How? What did he say? Something. It was something about Southwark Bridge, right? Let me go back to. Maybe I just couldn't find it. Hodset. It's EC, right? EC is where Southwark Bridge is. We went to that bridge, but I'm just making sure I didn't fuck up. See. Okay, let me have a little look. I don't even know who that is. Who is this? I don't know. Okay. Summary of what we know. Okay. Can't see the bridge. I can't see how to get to the bridge. Thank you so much for the follows, everyone. Right, what do we know? God, there's just so much stuff. Let me move some of this stuff. Let me make some room. Hello, Dizzle. How you doing? Okay. The first question. Who kidnapped Wendy Sturton? Who kidnapped her? Aw, thank you, Scatlam. Thank you. What's chat? Grace and Patrick. Hello, Titanium. How you doing? And Wanda, how are you? Good, thank you. We are solving a mystery. All right, can I have the Pickwicks? Right. Grace and Patrick. Are we thinking it's Grace and Patrick? Right, what we know about Grace and Patrick. Grace and Patrick are the children of Colin Pickwick, who is the park keeper. He got bored of running the park, so they kind of do all the stuff for him. Her name is on the shipping information. So she's the one who signs for things that come from the West Indies. And that's what we know about them. Are we saying Grace? Okay. Okay. Oh, thank you, Viper. Take care. Thanks for watching the stream. Does Kenneth smoke cigars? Is Kenneth the dad? Which one was Kenneth again? It's their lodge and they smoke cigars. Right, so that makes sense, right? But weren't there three, so who's the third person? Kenneth was one of the trains. He was the dad, wasn't he? I don't think we knew anything about him smoking cigars. Okay. Why? Why did they kidnap her? What was the motive? To get her out of the way for some reason. Money. He lost his mother, times were difficult. It's normally money. Doesn't seem to be about money. They're not rich. They're the import cigars coming in. She would have seen it happening when she was on her walk, because she walks through the park every day. Tons of people walk in that park. Why would they get rid of only her? She was getting too close to stumbling on a smuggling of cigars. Right, I'm going to do a poll. Because, all right. Why was she kidnapped? Right. Money or to get her out of the way? Seems to be like the most popular answers in chat. They insist on how she likes to wander around the faraway path in unlit areas. They did make a big deal about that, didn't they? Does anyone else agree that Ponsford's being paid off to intervene with deliveries? So that is the third one, right? If it was for the money, they would have kept her for ages like the other kidnapper. So that's worth thinking about. One of them was kidnapped for a week. This one was kidnapped for a day. It could be for money, and they let her go when they found out the trains had no money. Ooh, where's my thing? To get her out the way is the most popular poll answer at the moment. But why? Why were they getting her out the way? What were they doing? If I could have some people in chat with some suggestions. They kidnapped her to stop her seeing the smuggling and try to disguise it as a copycat crime to throw off suspicion. Okay. Thank you, Lord. Cigar deal? Like Porky said? Major Wham says that makes sense. Lord's suggestion. Tony also agrees with Lord's suggestion. Okay, well, what do we make about that suggestion? That it's a smuggling cover-up. That's why they let her go so quickly. They didn't actually care about the money, but they wanted people to think they cared about the money. They were about to survey the park. Remember, there is something happening at the park, isn't there? Which is happening like tomorrow. Is that anything to do with it? She was a regular walker to off the beaten track locations, the quiet part of Hyde Park where the cigars are smuggled. Cigars aren't illegal, but they did mention cigar taxes are increasing. So I do believe that was mentioned. Let me find it. We found out more about that here, didn't we? In the newspaper, they say that the cigar taxes are going up. But the Queen doesn't like smoking or something. Could it be how the constable can afford the cigars? They're basically running an illegal duty free, because the constable had has a box of expensive cigars with him. Not declaring tax on sale of cigars, right? Oh dang! Is the gunpowder place the place where they're hiding all the smuggled cigars? We couldn't get in there, could we? It was locked. Maybe they had to move the cigars or anything else they were hiding due to the survey. Okay. So so we've had like a lot of thoughts there, a lot of suggestions. What's the overall, like what's the thing that chat most agree with as to why she was kidnapped? She smelt tobacco. I did figure out they were using the gunpowder place for the smuggling deals, but if it was getting surveyed soon, that explains why the over-the-top plan. Okay, so this is our current theory. They were worried this person might walk past their illegal deal, so instead of just making making her walk a different path or distracting her, they just do a full-on felony and the chat keeps going, and kidnap her. I just don't buy it, says Nifty. Oh my god, I'm on fire! Thank you for the 2 months. Thank you so much for the subbing for 2 months. How you doing, Fire? How are you? How you doing? Something strange about the Train household as well, I think. Why did they need Wendy out of there? Why was Letitia so suspect and angsty? Well, we've got a theory about that, don't we? The theory was that she was an opiate addict. Does it have anything to do with her being kidnapped in the middle of the day as opposed to at night, which everyone warns about? That is weird. What is the link between Mary and Wendy? Is there a link? We visited Mary. We spoke to her mum, remember? She was like the Russian lady. HL119, thank you for the follow. That's the missing link. There's a link between Mary and the Pickwicks. How would they even know she was going to the chemist? I mean, they could have been watching her. It seems very unlikely that they'd be doing some big illicit operation in the middle of the day. But she didn't walk through the park in the middle of the day. She went in the morning when it was dark. She was kidnapped in the day, but she was there for 24 hours. Did she happen upon a transfer? Maybe she got kidnapped as a spur of the moment thing. Okay, that's pretty... Okay, yeah. Could be. She was kidnapped so she didn't walk past the deal the next morning. Okay, so you're saying they took her in the afternoon and kept her there because in the morning that's when the deal was happening. Yeah, then why wouldn't she tell us? That's a good point. If she stumbled upon something, she'd immediately tell the police. My theory is that Grace/Patrick deal opiates to the mother. The mother let Grace/Patrick know about Wendy's schedule to remove her from the scene. Maybe Wendy knew of the mother's opiate addiction. Okay, so you think that the opioids and the kidnapping is more interlinked? Is there a specific schedule we can tell what the deal happens based on the receiving logs? Do you want to look at them again? I don't think it gives a time, just the date, but no times. Yeah, she wasn't kidnapped in the park. No, she was kidnapped in the city, in the town, city. Half Moon Street. What's Mr. Train's job again? I don't think we know. Oh, he's a cotton factory. Owns a cotton factory. We haven't talked to the children. Do you mean like the little kids? We can't talk to them. I don't think that's an option. What are the letters and numbers on the deliveries? I don't know. Anyone got a theory? Because I don't know. Oh, I see. WI for West Indies, IR for Ireland. Okay. Also, yeah, if it was to get her out of the way, surely they would have done it already. We know she walks the same paths and they do these shipments regularly. She would have walked upon a shipment already. Also, Curzon Street is where the trains live, right? That leads into Half Moon Street where she was kidnapped. Okay. Did she maybe see something in the park? So they picked her up to see what she knew? I wonder, I'm thinking. You guys talk amongst yourself, right? Let me just check something. Sorry, guys, I'm just reading something. All right, I can give you a little hint. Maybe a wee little hint. Hello, Jakey. How you doing? Oh, thank you, Jakey. Thank you so much. Can give it a little hint. The buyer used to be a dentist. Can we go see if there's... Okay, let me check if there's a dentist in here. Also, I'm trying to remember something. Where the fuck is it? Sorry, guys. Hold it. I'm determined to find this. This is what I don't understand. Who is that? Redemption, thank you for the follow. I cannot find... I cannot... Where the fuck is it? I can't find it. We haven't seen the librarian. That is a good point. Let's just check, just to be double check. I cannot find the thing that I'm trying to find, and it's really irritating me. But anyway, whatever. Hopefully it doesn't matter that much. Okay, let's go. Hello, Kat. How you doing? Let's go to the librarian. 5SW. This is when this completely cracks the case. Oh, he's not even there. Oh, we did check, didn't we? Yeah, he's not there. He's not there. Okay. We were going to look for a dentist. Out of the meeting, so I'm late and lost. Oh, sorry, Kat. We're like near the end, so this is definitely super confusing. Dentists. Are there any dentists? Dentists, right. I'm going to look at the 3 dentist locations, right? Could we have missed something in the intro beginning? I mean, I don't think we did. Hello, Az. How you doing? Hold on, Brimley might have gotten it. What is it? What did you say, Brimley? Let me look up the dentist while you're... Wait, 23WC. Okay. Here we go. We're on to something. Toothy Ted? That name rings a bell. Was he the chap who was found out to be making dentures out of... Or maybe that was Lippy Larry. Anyhow, if it is the man I'm thinking of, I'm afraid I have no idea where he is now. I sometimes used to see him in shops around Southwark, trying to sell his toothpaste and mouth care products. Southwark. There's got to be something. I am missing something in Southwark. But isn't the uncle the link? What makes you say that? Oh, a nice Vietnamese dinner. I am jealous. There is something in Southwark. C or SE maybe? I could try the other dentists as well whilst I'm here. NW, just in case they know more precisely. NW, 90... Oh shit, I think that was important. Wait, oh fuck. Okay. Sorry guys. I'm going off piste. What did that dentist just say? Enjoy your lurk. What did the dentist just say? He sells toothpaste. Was it just that? Slipper, thank you for the follow. Thank you. 90. Okay, I've just seen Sherlock Holmes. We're not reading Sherlock Holmes's bit. 93 NW. No, sorry, I've never heard of Toothy Ted. Okay, and 64 WC. What was it? 64 WC. No, the name Toothy Ted means nothing to me. Made toothpaste, did he? Well, if you want good toothpaste, you need to buy Jones Bright and White. Available from all London chemists. And I think I still have some here. Thank you, Mr. Jones, but we'd best be on our way. Have you seen his mod for Pokemon Black Summers, the mod you play with Barry on Tuesdays? No, I haven't. I have not. Yeah, Sherlock Holmes is cheat mode. Right. I think that's important. That's important. When we spoke to the trains at the beginning, they mentioned the uncle. And when we spoke to Pike, he mentioned Mary was linked to the uncle. Mary is the first one who was kidnapped. Off to the chemist. I think we've got to go back to the chemist. Because there's like loads of chemists and we only went to one. So I reckon there's another chemist. That's important. What does toothpaste have to do with this? So when we went to Porky's pub, which is like the dodgy pub, he said that there was a rich, like a posh guy talking to Toothy Ted or whatever, trying to start some kind of, it was like a cigar deal or something like that. And then Toothy Ted, and then we're trying to track down Toothy Ted, basically. We're trying to track him down. Oh, Blaze Black. Oh, that sounds cool. But yeah, it's so heartbreaking putting them in the death box. Wyvern Rock, thank you so much for the 9 months. I got the Barbie. Also, I finally got to work with the otters and I snapped a picture up onto Discord. Enjoy. Have a good night day, everyone. Wyvern Rock, thank you so much for the 9 months. Thank you. I can't wait to see the little, is it this, the otter's called Lydia, right? The little baby. I can't wait to see. Thank you so much, Wyvern Rock. Thank you. I hope you're having fun working with the otters again. I'm so jealous. Right, chemist. 32 NW. We're getting somewhere, guys. We're going to get there. Not this one. Unfortunately, I have to go through this whole fucking book to work out. Here we go. Hello, friend. It's certainly good to be in the warm again, says Wiggins, as jovially as possible to the stern-faced young gentleman behind the counter at Gold and Son Chemists. Are you suffering from some sort of ailment? The man asks. No, replies Wiggins. Oh, I hope not. We're here to ask if you've ever stocked toothpaste made by a local dentist, a gentleman by the name of Ted. Or perhaps Theodore, or Edward, suggests Watson. I think you're suffering from a cold, sir, and should purchase some bottle of Gold's remedy. He places 3 large bottles on the counters with price tags that seem rather excessive for cold medicine. Reluctantly, Wiggins gathers the money and hands it over. Thank you, sir. There was a gentleman who practiced dentistry in this area and sold toothpaste, but I believe some aspects of his practice were found to be less than respectable, and he closed down. He wraps up purchases in brown paper and pushes them towards us. His name was Edward Ivory. Well, at least our investigation won't be curtailed by any of us capturing a cold, says Wiggins as we lug the bottles from the shop. Da-da-da-da! Edward Ivory. We looking it up. I think that was just blackmail. Like, not blackmail, what's it called? Bribery, basically. He's like, buy some of my expensive stuff and I'll tell you. Right, Ivory. "41 NW. 41 NW. The uncle's full name. I'll have to look that up in a minute. 41 NW. Haltop, thank you for the follow. I'm singing a Christmas song. Right. The man peering at us through the crack of the door is clearly suspicious of us. Toothy Ted, says Wiggins. We asked at the Raven and Rat about who could help us with some goods. Do a deal, you know, and your name came up. He opens the door wider and we see a tall man in a tight-fitting waistcoat with small, fierce eyes. I don't think you're here for a deal, he says. What do you want? Well, Wiggins thinks for a moment. You see, Mr. Ted, we heard you were recently approached to do a deal and we'd like to find out more about it. Toothy Ted gives a humourless grin. Porky's been chatting with you, has he? Yeah, well, that's no real secret. Gentleman proposed a deal for some items he said hadn't come into the country by the regular channels. But when he said how many he had, it was more than I could handle. So I didn't do it. Also, I didn't like the cut of his jib. He didn't fit in with the usual clientele at the Rat, and I don't think he knew what he was doing. A bit green around the gills, and desperate, with no idea how to move the stuff in bulk. I did suggest someone as a joke, because I couldn't see this guy dealing with him. Who? Says Watson. Ted glances around. It'll cost you, he says. Watson hands over some coins, and Ted grins. Have you heard of Professor Moriarty? We shake our heads, but Watson says, yes. Well, Ted continues, publicly he's known as the Professor of Mathematics. But there is a darker side to him the public do not see. I've heard rumours of the power he has over London. Suffice to say, I'd sooner do a deal with the devil than with Moriarty. And could you describe the man from the Raven and Rat, says Wiggins, and tell us what he was trying to sell? For a brief second, Ted glances at a green wooden box on the hall table. Then he laughs. Do you think I just came out of Bedlam? If I tell you that, no one will do business with me again. Professor Moriarty, says Watson as we walk off down the street. That's the man I've heard Holmes mention on numerous occasions. If before Holmes was not interested in this case, I think we'll have his attention now. Now, I feel like that was pretty fucking big. Shit. Oh my goodness. Right. Lydia the Otter is a bit of a rebel. Yes, that's my girl. Okay. Back to the main page. That was big. Why was she kidnapped? Why? I'll give you a hint. Someone has said it. Why was she kidnapped? I'm also going to just give you a slight hint to focus on. I'm going to give you a slight hint. It's important. Okay. It's important. Right. What this character wants to do is important. What is he planning? What's he doing? Something to do with the park. That ties into it all. He wants to do surveys to the buildings. Yeah, he's revamping it. So why is that important? That's important. And that's all I'm saying now. They got a bigger shipment than usual. They couldn't move it. She usually walked past where it was stored. Did she witness something illegal? Did they need money? All right, I'm going to do a poll. Do they want to use the gunpowder to blow it up? Something about the lights? Because buildings will be open and remodeled, revealing something? Okay, we're doing a poll. Why? Now. For money. What are some other options? We said to get her out the way. Oh, wait, actually, yeah, wait. Let's rewind a bit. We already said it was to get her out the way. The lights, okay. What would that mean, though? What is there? I don't think is there a problem with having lights? Mr. Puffs, thank you for the 15 months. Ooh, thank you, Mr. Puffs. Thank you for using your Prime on the channel. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. If an old building gets demolished, it would reveal their cigar storage. Quick and spelled. They did say that he said that the gunpowder magazine had not been used in years. So they were going to he wanted to get rid of it, right? They install their lights. They can't do their deals at night. I don't know how to do this. What answer do I write down? They're using the gunpowder magazine to store the cigars. Okay. They have to sell all the cigars from the chamber as they are knocking it down. So they're storing the cigars there. How does Wendy come into this? Okay, that's a really good important question. How does she come into this? None of this has anything to do with Mary. How would kidnapping her prevent lights from being installed? Okay. By the way, just so you know, I'm reading things which are correct, but I'm not reacting to it. I'm trying to do the same reaction to everything so I don't give anything away. I don't want to just be like, otherwise I feel like I'm just holding your hand too much. She goes for walks, but how does that jeopardize the building surveying? She goes off the path. She may stumble on something. Thank you, Novad. It's my first time. Does it have anything to do with Mary, or is that a red herring? Must have been kidnapped to stop her witnessing the deal. So let's remember what we've got here. We've got... Where is it? Oh, I think I deleted it. I think we know that they wanted her out the way, right? Why else would they kidnap her? Hundreds of people walk in that park every day, but they made a big deal about the fact that she goes off the beaten track. Yeah, all my friends, she goes off the path. And like people get worried about her because she goes into the trees, into the bushes and stuff. She's the only one that goes to the magazine. Maybe Simon and his kids have different goals. The Pickering kids want to keep using the gunpowder room, whereas Simon wants to get rid of it. Right. We know we think it's to get her out of the way, right? Of what? What would get her out of the way of what? She may not notice normal deals, but moving a lot of stuff at once would be, and there would be track marks. Okay. She's saying it's because it was a big deal, of like a big deal happening. Of the emptying of the cargo. The cigar transferring. Okay, are we saying that to get her out of the way because they were transferring the cigars? Okay. And they were being surveyed tomorrow. She was kidnapped over the course of a day, so she wouldn't see the movement. Hello, Darton. She's walked past over the smuggling route. They were going to do the deal that night, so they needed her out of the way. Okay. What was Constable Ponford's involvement? Cigar bribe to turn a blind eye. I think we can all pretty much agree on that, right? That's why he took the morning shift, because that's when it was happening. Right, more questions. What deal was being done? They were moving a large amount of product the night she was abducted. They took her to get her out of the way. They did it in a similar manner to the Mary kidnapping in order to lay a false trail of a copycat kidnapping. It had to be done that night because the survey was the next day. The constable was bribed to turn a blind eye, and that's why he refused to swap ships. Okay, Lord, that seems like a pretty fucking good theory. Okay, cigars are soon to be hiked in price due to the tax, so they'll sell for a higher price. So we know it's like a cigar deal. Cigar deal, and we know it's something to do with taxes, right? Avoiding tax or... All right. The second lot of questions. Who was the buyer in the deal? The Train family? The mother? Moriarty? Lawrence Yale? Moriarty, toothpaste man Moriarty. Please be Moriarty. Good evening, Darslin. How you doing? How are you? All right. Lydia's so serious. I'm taking this seriously. Okay. I'm doing a poll. Who was the buyer? Train mother, not the mother of trains, but the woman, the mum, the train mum. Moriarty, which I can't spell. Someone else. The mother of trains. It is I. I want to see that fucking Game of Thrones adaptation with the mother of trains. Oh, the music stopped. I just realized it probably seems even more serious because I'm like sitting here in silence. Looks like Moriarty is winning. All right, Moriarty won. We're doing, it's a democracy. We're putting Moriarty down. How do you even spell it? That's just, like, you know what I mean. Okay, what is wrong with little Duncan Train? Hello, Heinz. How you doing? He's got a cough. He smokes too much. He's a crack addict. Coughing. Suspected overdose of crack. Just so we're clear, this is the child. Yes, there was Moriarty, Ben. You missed the Moriarty reveal. He's high as a kite. Listen to they're starting younger and younger. Okay, so he's got a cough. Is his mother trying to kill him off? Oh, are there 3 Duncans in the family? Oh, my fault. My bad. I guess that's why it says little Duncan Train. Are we? Okay. What are we saying? It's cough, opium, poisoning. God, I can't spell. Poisoning. Little Duncan Train, medium Duncan Train, and big Duncan Train walk into a crack den. I know it's going back, but what if Uncle Lawrence was the buyer and they kidnapped Wendy to see if he had the money? The only thing I would say with that, I do really like that theory, but I just think it's weird that we never found anything out about the uncle. We never talked to him. Like, usually I feel like with these games, like, they do give you stuff, you just have to find it, whereas we couldn't find anything about that guy. Actually, opium would likely suppress a cough. They literally use opium to suppress coughs. So, should we just, okay. Now, this is something that I don't think we solved. But I'm going to ask the question anyway. What is the story behind his illness? Oh, wait. We solved some of it. What is the story behind his illness? Cough comes with opiate withdrawal, smoker's cough, the toothpaste, secondhand smoke, something to do with the toothpaste. This is hard. I don't think we're gonna. Okay, I'll tell you what. We'll do another poll. We're doing a poll. And then I'm revealing the answers. Why he sick? Something toothpaste? I don't know what something to do with toothpaste. Secondhand smoke. Something to do with it starts to say opiate. The first nanny would have known about the kid, but I think we missed her. There was a first nanny? Is it the mum who has an addiction? Could be. Good night, Mark. Take care. Thanks for watching. Ideal. Sorry. Or just a cough. Someone mentioned the first governess in the prologue. Oops, maybe there was something we missed in the prologue then. Right, what's the option? Something to do with audio. Audio. Something. I can't spell. Opioids. Whatever. Okay. I have here an envelope containing the answers. It's like I'm on bloody X Factor. And I can confirm. Holy shit. So official. Right, we're going to see how many points we got. Who kidnapped Wendy Sturton? The answer is Patrick Pickwick and his sister Grace Allende. That gets us 25 points. 25 points. Ding, 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 ding. Why? Oh, just lost the piece of paper. Come back. Why? To prevent her from observing them doing an illegal deal at the old gunpowder magazine in Hyde Park. That's basically what we said, right? That's basically what we said. To get her out of the way of transferring cigars. That's basically it. 25 points, baby. Okay. What was the Constable Ponford's involvement? He was bribed by Grace and Patrick to ignore the deal, which was taking place during his morning shift. Ding, 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 ding. Which is another 25 points? Yeah. What deal was being done? A large stock of illegally imported high-quality cigars from the West Indies were being sold. Ding, 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 ding. 25 points. All right. Who was the buyer in this deal? Now, this one had some, I'm not sure. People, you know, there was a little bit of different opinions on this. I can confirm that the buyer in this deal was Professor Moriarty. Ding, 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 ding. Toothy Ted, who gives Moriarty's name, is mentioned by Porky Shinwell. He can be located by visiting a chemist near Southwark Bridge. It was Moriarty. 20 points for this one. What is wrong with little Duncan Train? What does Moriarty need a bunch of cigars for? He'll just be selling it. It's just business, isn't it? Dodgy business. Mrs. Train. What did we say? He's got like a cough and opium poisoning or something. I don't know. It's kind of difficult with that one. I can confirm that the answer is Mrs. Train has become addicted to laudanum since she took it for her own illness some months ago. Wow, wow. Seeking to hide the fact and protect the reputation of her family, She is now using Duncan's illness as an excuse to get it into the house and insists on caring for him herself so she can secretly consume it. Wow, wow. So that is something we missed. So the path that we didn't go down was, and I don't remember, this is what I was like, I don't even remember how I did this last time, was, we were right at the start, yeah, that she was addicted to it. When you guys got that at the beginning, I was like, holy shit, that's amazing. It took me so long to get that. Oh, I don't even think I got that. I didn't get that. The fact that you guys got it really near the beginning, I was like, wow. So, that's why she's all like shaky. With one thing we didn't find, and I can't remember what the path is to find it, annoyingly enough, is that you go to like a florist, or maybe you talk to the governess who used to look after him, and she says that he's got an allergy to a certain type of flowers. And then you go to like a florist and you find out that the mum is going to buy those flowers. Even though that they know that he's got an allergy to it. So basically you find out, I don't know what the lead is, that's the doozy. So the mum is sick. She starts taking the opium for it and she gets addicted to it. Then the kid has an allergy to a flower that makes him cough. So she's kind of like poisoning him with the flowers to make him cough so that she can then get the stuff, give him a bit and take the rest herself. Yeah. But I can't remember what pathway it was to get to that. Because when I played it, I didn't find out that she'd been sick. I didn't think that she had an addiction. I did find out about the flowers. So I thought she was poisoning him for attention. Like, I thought she was purposefully poisoning him to get attention. I just thought, like, I don't know what, but yeah. But you guys did say, so I would say that for these, I'll give you like 10 points because you got that she was addicted to it, which was really good. But unfortunately, you do not get the full 20 points. So you almost got full points. You got all of these ones correct. This one was incorrect. And this one was 10 points. So that was 130 points. I'll read you the outro. Well done, urchins. I'll read you the outro. So this is, here we go. We still got music? Yeah. An interesting puzzle, says Holmes as he paces by the fireside at 221 B Baker Street, which, alas, has not quite the ending I sought. He turns to us and no doubt registers the confusion on our faces. When we began the case, says Watson, I was suspicious of Mrs. Train. Indeed, replies Holmes. But as I'm sure you realise, Watson, for Mrs. Train to be involved, she would have to be associated with an expert gang of kidnappers who had taken Mary Dunsworthy, or have managed to emulate the Dunsworthy kidnapping despite many details not being reported to the press. No, the obvious starting point for this case was the Dunsworthy kidnapping. It was crucial to find out if Miss Sturton was taken by the same gang, and a visit to H.R. Murray and Lady Dunsworthy indicated that she was not. There was not only discrepancies in the material used in each kidnapping, but the modus operandi was very different. In one case, we have the well-planned and efficient kidnapping of a wealthy woman's daughter. In the other, we have the governess of a family with a modest income thrust into a carriage from the street. In the first case, the kidnappers asked for an appropriate sum of money and gave the family almost a week to find it. In the second case, they asked for a sum of money well beyond the means of the family and demanded it the following dawn. It was also of note that the sum demanded in each case was £2,000, which suggests that someone wanted the kidnappings to appear similar. And the details of the press would not have been enough to imitate the kidnapping, as neither the colour of the scarf nor the wording of the note was mentioned. So the perpetrator must be someone who knew the details by other means. At this point, we can conclude that the most likely culprit is someone connected to Mary Dunsworthy herself. Wiggins leads forward. Lady Rosanna Dunsworthy, this is a route that we didn't go down, said Mary's friend. Oh no, she did. Sorry, shit. No, this is true. This is true. You're not gonna get. I'm never gonna pronounce it right. Landaranananam. This is the Russian lady. Lady Rosanna Dunsworthy said Mary's friend. Oh, sorry. Lady Rosanna Dunsworthy said Mary's friends had persistently been asking about the kidnappings. He exclaims. Holmes smiles. So who did we see? Who did we have a link between? Mary and Grace, right? Mary and Grace were in that newspaper clipping about the art gallery. We were like, oh shit, Grace Allende, Dunsworthy Art Gallery. That's how she found out the circumstances. So we didn't really think much about this. Like, we saw it. We were like, oh shit, Grace has got a connection to Mary. Miss Mary Dunsworthy, accompanied by her good friend. We should have gone to see this person, Emmeline Manton. I focused on the twins instead. It's hard. It's tricky. But yeah, so that was a big thing. But we kind of just glossed over it. That they knew each other. And now the investigation shifts from Dunworthy's to Miss Sturton, her acquaintances, her work, her habits. It is to a person's idiosyncrasies that we must look when inquiring into a case such as this. Why Miss Sturton and not some other governess? And in particular, does anything link her with someone acquainted with Mary Dunsworthy? Her habits, says Wiggins thoughtfully. She often took long walks in the park. In Hyde Park, evidently, responds Holmes, it being the only park in the vicinity in which one could take a long walk, and she would do this in all weathers and away from the established paths. Strange, is it not, that a woman who walks alone in isolated places is kidnapped on a city street? That point alone is most enlightening. In Hyde Park, the first port of call was the police station, as Miss Sturton knew the policemen who worked in the parks. Constable Tyrrell said that Miss Sturton would normally walk near the gunpowder magazine. He also revealed that Constable Ponsford was on duty the morning of the kidnapping and that Ponsford refused to exchange shifts that day. At the gunpowder magazine, there were recent tracks from a large wagon and many tracks from a small cart coming from the west. There was also a burnt cigar, which raised the fascinating question, why would you partly smoke an expensive cigar? Hello, Felicity. How you doing? We're just at the end of the mystery. You missed it. You missed the mystery. If you were disturbed and had to run, why do you think that the cigar was only partly smoked, chat? This isn't for points, I'm just curious. I'll see if anyone can get it. I didn't get it. I couldn't work out why there was just a partly smoked cigar. So someone came around the corner. She got interrupted. Tony got it. Testing the merchandise. Trying it. It was, so like almost like tasting the product. Exactly. That's why it was like a deal. The product was being tried. Major Wham, thank you so much for the 100 biddies. Big Lids and her loyal toilet sausages irregulars cracked the case. No, that's not becoming a thing. Toilet sausage is not becoming a thing. Thank you, Major Wham. If they were disturbed and had to run, suggests Wiggins. Yes, agrees Holmes. That is possible, but there is another reason, which begins to shed light on this whole affair. A reason to partly smoke a cigar, or indeed to partly drink a drink or eat a food, is to taste it. If you are buying hundreds of expensive, illegally imported cigars, you want to know that you're getting what you pay for. Of course, Wiggins stares at Holmes. Cigars stored in the gunpowder magazine, which was built to be secure, dry, and cool. Perfect for tobacco. Holmes nods and proceeds to the heart of his narrative. Following the cart tracks to the west led to the plant nursery, where a delivery list bore the name Grace Allende. Thursday's Times mentions a Grace Allende who is an acquaintance and possibly a friend of Mary Dunsworthy. Suddenly we have the connection we sought between the two kidnappings. Constable Tyrrell said that Sir Colin Pickwick's daughter Grace was involved in managing the park's affairs. Before visiting Sir Colin, however, a trip to Amber & Co. confirmed the cigar found in Hyde Park was an expensive type containing West Indian tobacco, subject to a high import tax. At the home of Sir Colin Pickwick, reference was made to Grace being the widow of Eduardo Allende, who owned many plantations in the West Indies and exported tobacco and sugar around the world. Now, we can begin to piece the puzzle together. When Grace returned after her husband's death and found her brother in charge of Hyde Park, she arranged for her contacts in the West Indies to send them some cigars along with the plants for the park, avoiding the heavy import tax on tobacco. You will have observed on the delivery list in the nursery that Grace receives all the deliveries from the West Indies. At first, they probably intended to acquire a few boxes for themselves. Then perhaps their contacts began offering more, or they realised customs were paying little attention to the deliveries. Either way, they ended up receiving many boxes and needed a place to store them. They must have thought there was no problem in having a large stock of good cigars to hand. That was until last month, when their father ordered a review of all of the buildings in Hyde Park. And suddenly they have to get rid of all the illegal cigars, says Wiggins, and quickly before the magazine is inspected. Patrick goes to the Raven and Rat to find a buyer and is given the name Moriarty. He finds a way to contact Moriarty and tells him what they are offering. And here we come to Constable Ponsford, said Holmes, who has been making his way through the cigars he'd been given. There was an open box next to them in his house. Patrick and Grace must have suggested to Ponsford that if he took some cigars off their hands, then on one of his morning shifts he would not look in the direction of the gunpowder magazine. When Ponsford learned that Miss Sturton walked in the parks most mornings, he realised the siblings may be involved in the kidnapping of Miss Sturton and was struck with guilt. Illegally imported cigars are one thing, but kidnapping is quite another. So, Miss Sturton was taken to stop her seeing the deal take place. Exactly, Watson. She walked in the park most mornings and was friends with Constable Tyrrell. Patrick and Grace could not risk her seeing something, but the deal had to take place early in the morning, when there would be little light and very few people. It also had to happen when Ponsford was on duty and before the inspection of the magazine. Having so far only been guilty of import tax evasion, I doubt they felt ready to add murder to their crimes. The kidnapping of Mary Dunsworthy gave them an alternative. They followed Miss Sturton home from the park and waited for her to leave her house again. They could not kidnap her during her walk, as that would make the park the focus of the police investigation and their deal would become impossible. Where was she held? Asked Watson. In Hyde Park, Holmes answers. I imagine at the lodge, the mud on her shoes was consistent with the park, and she did not wear those shoes for her walks, as she had boots for the purpose. Patrick and Grace drove her around the city streets and then into the park to create the effect of leaving London, as Mary had described in the case of her capture. And now I realise where you've been, Mr. Holmes, says Wiggins. You were trying to track down Professor Moriarty. Holmes slumps his armchair with a dejected air. Indeed, Wiggins, I learned a week ago that a deal was due to take place and Moriarty was involved. My interest was piqued, not because this was some grand crime, but because it was precisely the opposite. You see, it is through their less grandiose crimes that the most devious of criminals are often caught. At such times, they are more careless than when they are engaged in the most heinous endeavours. Alas, I got close but lost the trail in a warehouse in the East End. The capture of James Moriarty must wait another day. He reaches into his jacket pocket and draws out a cigar of a type with which we are now very familiar. This was all I gained for my troubles, but somehow I cannot bring myself to smoke it. Watson, perhaps you will do the honours. He passes the cigar to Watson and reaches for his violin. For myself, I feel Paganini is calling. The end. So... I'll unlet the mutes now. I'm going to redo that so I can hear. Come on, Ron! You can do it!
Thank you so much for this stream. I've seen your videos before but never caught you live.
This whole thing was a fantastic idea and I hope you do more mysteries with chat. I'm so sorry for toilet sausages. But also not.
Thank you so much, Lord. Thank you. Thank you for the 300 reads. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. You had some fucking great suggestions.
Holy shit, I really love this
Rossabo,
stream.
thank
The
you.
mystery, the perfect voice acting. I hope there's more streams like this in the future. Lid love, the hours flew by.
Oh, thank you so much, Rossabo. Major Wham. Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Thank you so much. Berto Fish, Stuck the Corgi, Mallard with a cock. Novad!
This was such a unique and fun stream
Aww.
today. Time just flew by. Very
Thank
professional
you.
and it clearly shows that lots of time was put into prepare it.
Aww.
Thank you, Lydia.
Yay.
We have some great detectives in the community. Also, voice acting was on point today.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm so glad you guys enjoyed it. I was really nervous about doing it. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Oh, where's me?
First ever gift subs I've given.
Oh,
Had
thank
to show some
you.
appreciation as that was a fuckload of fun.
Aw.
Love a good mystery and you were a fantastic GM.
Thank you, Major Wham. Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Driving, thank you for the 300 biddies. Thank you so much,
Let's
guys.
recognize Lids for being a master of organization and amazing voice acting and guiding us all through it with just the right amount of help.
Oh, Driving, thank you. Oh, it's so
Bravo,
sweet.
Lydia. Epic stream.
Aw.
You're fantastic at what you do. This
Thank
was so
you.
fun. Less than 3.
Sky, thank you so much. Oh, you guys are amazing. Thank you for the sweet words. This was lovely and fun, and thank you for being so engaging with chat. Oh, this is a real opportunity for us to come together as a community. Oh, thank you so much, Gauntlet. Oh, I'm so glad you guys... Holy shit, that was almost 4.5 hours. That went so quickly. So yeah, guys, you like almost completely nailed it. I mean, you basically did. So the one thing where you like started to steer off
Really enjoyed that, Lydia. Thank you.
Oh my god, I'm on fire. Thank you for the 300 biddies. Thank you so much. Thank you. I noticed that you like were saying that why did they kidnap her then? She would have like stumbled upon it any other time. What was special about then? So that was the one thing. That's why I was like, don't forget about the thing that they're doing. They're looking in all the buildings because they were just getting rid of all of it. So before they kept it there and they were probably dealing it, but like she wouldn't have noticed anything. But they had to get rid of it all in one big go and they had to get rid of it quickly. But yeah, like you guys did fantastic. Like when you guys were saying that she was a opiate addict, I was like, fucking hell, how do they do that? Everyone was amazing. Everyone was absolutely fantastic. And that was just an outpour of love. Thank you so much. Lord, thank you for the 300 biddies. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. That honestly means a lot to me. So thank you. Would you be up for doing something like this another time? I'd love to. So I have so many of these. These cases, this was just one case. Altogether, I've probably got like over 30 of them. Something like that. I've got some really grisly ones as well. I've got the Jack the Ripper crimes. There's loads. And it's fairly easy to do. Like, now that I've done it once, like I'll keep all these scenes. Basically, all I have to do is like collect pictures of all the evidence. So then we missed this evidence. What was this? Oh, that's me. So we got that. We missed this. My employers told me collection. I don't know what that was. It could be a once a month thing. That's a good idea. Was there anything else we missed? Newspaper screens, I just took what I thought was like important and some of it which wasn't. Like the suicide wasn't important. It was like a red herring. Oh, thank you, Lord. That would have been a huge clue. What was it? I think once a month is a good idea. Was it? This would have been a really big hint. It's about it has to take place at AM and this is the only chance. That's why they had to do it then. That is really big, so we missed that. And then obviously the helpful people screen, that this is reusable. So I just have to go. I also actually one thing I do have to do is do the story before. I don't know if it would work if I'm doing it Do you think it would work? Maybe it would work if I do it with you guys. Maybe that's what we'll do next time. The A-level drama was shining through. Maybe because I think maybe doing it for the first time, it was good for me to have done it before. But maybe next time we'll do a brand new one together. And we have to ask Sherlock if we get very stuck. Exactly. Yeah, next time we could do a new one that I haven't done and we can compare which one works better. I was worried that it would be too much of a mess trying it for the first time and not knowing. So I felt like I had more control over it like this. But I think that's a good idea for next time. Nifty! Thank you so much, Nifty. How is it on Discord?
Thank you for the Streamlids.
Oh,
and
you're
thank you
welcome.
everyone in chat being so nice to me. I'm just a little salty cause I feel like there's like 45 different ways you can keep people away from somewhere without doing anything illegal or committing felonies.
True.
I like mystery solutions to be correct cause they make sense, not cause the mystery is telling me it's correct.
Irish, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Nifty, I completely get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying. Thank you for the 100 biddies. I guess you just have to suspend your imagination a bit with this one. I just, they couldn't think of another way to make her not go. I don't know. That's the idea they came up with. I don't know. It's one of those things where you do have to just kind of, I don't know, suspend your disbelief just a wee little bit. Let me, hold set. I just want to go back a little bit. Roscoe, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Major Wham, I'm honoured that these were the first gift subs you gave out. Thank you so much. Thank you. Berto Fish, Stug the Corgi, Mallard with a Cold, Untoasted Toast, and the Hopeful Surgeon. You guys all got subs thanks to Major Wham. That's really lovely of you. Thank you. I put some little Pam for Major Wham. So they had to do it at 8 a.m. is what we saw in that note, and that's when she walks past the park. For whatever reason, it had to be at 8 a.m.
We love this, so good, thank you
Aww.
so much. So nice to join such a positive community.
Oh,
XXX.
Miss Ben, thank you so much for the 500 biddies. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Your other half was saying that you love a mystery. So I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Thank you so much. Thanks for the love and the biddy biddies. Sky, thank you for the donut. Oh my god, it's on 500 biddies. Drive-in, thank you so much. Rossabo, give us up to Miss... Oh, Miss Ben, thank you so much, Rossabo. That's really sweet of you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rossabo. I hope you enjoy your sub, Miss Ben. And Nova, thank you so much for the massive donation. Holy shit. I love Lids a lot. Hello, Cobb. How you doing? How are you? How's your day gone? We just finished a mystery. How do I see your schedule? There should be a thing for it, right? Yeah, streams this week. So I'm streaming tomorrow at 5 is the plan. Tomorrow at 5. Oh, Cop, thank you so much. Well, you're a sweetheart. Thank you. But I'm worried that I haven't got the controller. I don't know if I order it first thing tomorrow morning. Would it come in time for if I streamed on Sunday instead? Oh, I don't know. Is it a nap planned pre-stream? I hopefully will sleep tonight. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. The fighting cats, may they rest tonight. That's true, I do need to finish Skeletak. Oh, I do need to try the recalibrating, so that's... I'll give that a go after the stream, actually. No, but thank you for the massive donation. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Did you eat all your Pringles? Thank you so, so much. You are very sweet. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I want to play more Sunshine. I'd like to play more Mario. But I'm going to need a controller that works. I can't have freaking controller drift. It's too much of a nightmare. They were gone 2 hours ago. Nice. Speaking of, I haven't had any dinner. So I'm going to go eat. I am going to be live at 5 p.m. tomorrow. Unless...
This stream was super fun.
Oh.
Thank you for taking the time and effort to set this up. You the best, Squidia.
Oh, thank you so much, Pedante. Thank you for the donation. Very nice, 69. I see that. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed it. I was really nervous about doing it. And like, I don't know, I haven't done anything like this. Like setting up a, like, you know, all these different things. But yeah, I really enjoyed it, so I hope you guys did too. The only downside, I guess, is that, like I said earlier, it's difficult if you come in, you don't have any idea what's going on, and it's really hard to explain it. So that's the only downside. But maybe if it was like once a month, people had plenty of time, then they knew it was coming, they'd be more likely to be able to make the beginning. I don't know. Oh, thank you guys. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go knock back some toilet sausages. Right. I should be live tomorrow at 5 p.m. I want to be live tomorrow at 5 p.m. Let's just say we're going to be live tomorrow at 5 p.m. But I don't have a controller. I'm going to try collaborating the Switch and see if it makes a difference. If it doesn't, what could we do instead? Maybe we could do an Among Us stream. We could do it like community Among Us, potentially. Could be a thing. Look at those little emotes. I'll tell you what, I'll have a think. I'll have a think after the stream. I'll work something out. That's an idea. Fall Guys, Skull Attack, Among Us. That'd be something we'll do. A community Among Us would be really fun. I'll have a think. I'll have a think. I'll have a think and apparently poke my eye. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm going to go eat. I'm hungry. To be fair, I was hungry about half an hour into the stream, so I'm wasting away. My toilet sausages were not enough. Where are we going? Where are we going? Ozzy's live? Should we go see Ozzy? She's shitting her pants in fear. We'll go raid Ozzy. Right. Oh, Rossabo, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Lord. Thank you. Well, now you've got to carry on using that name, Lord. Otherwise, you don't get those sweet bitchin' emotes. And ad-free viewing. Thank you so much, Rossabo. Thank you. Ozzy, is it Ozzy Fish? Ozzy Fish? Let me check before I do this. Yeah, it's Fish. Okay. There we go. Oh, look at that little, they're cuddling. Little Hastings and Pam. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good rest of your evening. Oh yeah, gonna watch Enola Holmes. Purely for Sherlock Holmes. Have a good rest of your evening or morning or afternoon or wherever you are in the world. Thank you so much for the support this stream. I really enjoyed it and I hope you did too. I'll be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. BST. It's still BST, isn't it? Where we are playing maybe Mario, maybe I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. But I'll see you tomorrow either way. Take care, everyone. Thank you so much. I'll see you. 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 Say it from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. Thank you so much, Quick and Spell. Thank you. See 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 you.